I'm just making introductions to the first part of the day here, to the group. I'm sorry that we can't show you the group here. Maybe we'll turn the camera around at one point at the questions. So Ruth Nyambura, I was just introducing you briefly. You founded the Ecofeminist Collective, African Ecofeminist Collective, right? And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's now called Ramani Collective, the cartographies of Pan-African feminists focusing on liberation in Africa.
Great, that's wonderful. And you're also like doing a doctorate, right? And what is do you have a title for the doctorate?
At the moment, I'm focusing on the politics of regulatory capitalism, the intersections of law and imperialism when it comes to the regulatory order, changing seed laws across Africa, and the commodification and accumulation of peasant seeds across the continent of Africa. Okay,
so it has a strong food sovereignty angle on it, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, that is an important topic for people like Maria Mies here in Europe, that women tend to be as subsistence farmers, the leaders of their community, and as they are pushed off the land, they are pushed into a kind of a proletarian position where they're very disadvantaged, right? Something like that. Ruth Nyambura, would you like to present or to speak for a bit, and then we can all ask you some questions after?
I would love to start presenting. I've actually been here for I was here when the other group from South Korea was speaking, so I've been here for a while. It was really lovely to hear these sorts of intersections and connections, and a reminder that the forces and the structures that oppress, exploit, and accumulate are the same across the world. So then we must think very clearly about what a politics of transnational, anti-imperialist, anti-colonial, anti-capitalist, anti-patriarchal solidarity looks like. There are very many points of convergence. When I think about the military bases in South Korea, I think about what we have on the continent of Africa with the American military bases across every single site. So basically, points of solidarity, it's important for us especially to think about them in this particular moment of rising fascism, the genocide that we are seeing and the Holocaust that we are seeing right now in Gaza, and that in this particular long histories. So I will start my presentation. It's one of those presentations where I have had a very long thing in my mind for over the last few weeks, and especially going back to academia in the last 2-3 weeks, thinking about what does it mean when we talk about thinking about the environmental justice, environmental injustice, the climate crisis, but also within the context of feminism, within an imperialist order. So my presentation will sort of be in two parts. One will be thinking about the environmental and the climate crisis that we presently face, and the other will also be about thinking very concretely about particular histories on the continent of Africa, especially related to the commons, but also women's position and the politics of exploitation. So I'm gonna just speak. I'm not gonna show my presentation. I'm sure it's been a long few hours, and you're going to have longer hours ahead of me. So I don't think I need to show any PowerPoint presentation. And also I've had a week where I've literally been on my screen looking at PowerPoint presentations. So let me begin my presentation by starting with three questions that I'm personally sitting with, and the collective that I'm part of, Ramani Collective, which was formerly the African Ecofeminist Collective, has been sitting with in the last few years. So the first question is, who has the power to define the climate and environmental crisis? The second question, how does this power to define translate into the power to construct the policy solutions? And what are the tools and methods that we are seeing being used within specific spaces, especially the multilateral space? The third question for me is, how are social movements in Africa and internationally reimagining a politics of climate justice, sovereignty? And by sovereignty, I don't just mean seed sovereignty or food sovereignty, but political sovereignty and economic sovereignty, and of course, within the context of the wider commons. So the first thing, and this now takes me specifically back to the politics of Africa. So the anti-colonial and anti-imperialist movements in Africa cannot be fully understood outside of the struggles that were waged by African women against the colonial decimation of their livelihoods, their communities, their productive and reproductive resources. African women was central in the colonial political economy and constituted the conditions of possibility for the migrant labor economy that was forced to support the processes of primitive accumulation through their own dispossession and exploitation from their land, and of course the labor exploitation that was immanent to the colonial encounter. Kenyan scholar Professor Lynn Osome notes that the centrality of African women's resistance to anti-colonial struggles by stating that the demands of African women in the anti-colonial period, their demands regarding the control over fertility. And when I talk about fertility, I'm basically speaking about the politics of social reproduction. So the demands regarding the control over fertility provided the basis upon which anti-colonial and anti-imperialist rebellions grew across the continent. When we talk about where I'm seated right now, it's actually March 21st. Today is the 65 years ago, the Sharpeville massacre happened in South Africa when South Africans rose up, to resist the colonial pass laws in South Africa, where 69 majority black South Africans were murdered by the apartheid government. So it is a public holiday in South Africa. And of course, coming in at a very interesting moment in time where, this country that has never quite addressed the ghosts of apartheid, the ghosts of colonialism, being accused of, sort of like, the nonsense that we are seeing in terms of the accusations against South Africa. Yet, the realities are accumulation, dispossession continues to afflict the Black majority on this in this country. So whether we are talking about South Africa in terms of the women's role in supporting and aiding the rebellions and the uprising and the resistance against apartheid, whether we are talking about Kenya, where I'm from, when you look at the histories of the Mau Mau rebellion would not have been possible without the work of African women. Whether we are looking at, the women all across, whether it's in Nigeria, whether we're talking about Mozambique, African women's demands, but also their support has always been central to the resistance against exploitation and accumulation. So when we look at this long histories of accumulation and dispossession, especially with regard to the commons, we can decisively argue that the present ecological, agrarian, and climate struggles in Africa, for examples, are being surfaced materially in relation to the anti-colonial resistance and the anti-colonial struggles. So there's an importance to locate the present crisis that we face in terms of the climate, environment, biodiversity, as well as the manifestations of patriarchy within the wider and long-durate histories of accumulation and dispossession, the colonial encounter, the encounters related to the enslavement of the African people, but of course, the colonial encounter that most of us in the global South have experienced, right? So the present crisis has to be seen in relation to this particular past struggles. History is always always present. So the subsumption of women's struggles, right? There is a silence, there continues to be a silence around women's struggles, both within the colonial period, but also their ways and forms of resistance in the contemporary period, and specifically in support and resistance around what Professor Leigh Brownhill calls the gendered commons. So women's histories of resistance are normally held within very particular dominant frameworks that do not actually address the intersections of the lives that women face. Women as mothers, women as providers, right? Women as part of communities, women as movement leaders, women as the women who actually have the guns and go out into battle. Women's lives are often reduced to a very, very linear and often conservative and patriarchal ways, right, of being in the world. So what we've seen in the last 50 years with the advent of structural adjustment programs, from the 1970s especially, right? Not too long after many countries had gained independence across Africa, African women's anti-colonial struggles were transformed into fierce class-gendered battles against neoliberal globalization. These new forms of resistance that we saw beginning the advent of structural adjustment programs against the World Bank and IMF policies symbolize not a departure, but distinct continuities with women's anti-colonial struggles against the capitalist enclosures of the gendered commons. The afterlife of colonialism in this contemporary neo-colonial economic and geopolitical processes, as well as the progression of histories and the experiences of exploitation, have continued to open up in the last 50 years new historical continuities of a wave of active resistance across the continent and the wider global South. Structural adjustment programs, the neoliberal order, produced and continues to produce particular conditions within which multinational corporations, national governments, the state, orchestrate and support renewed violence and state neglect in both the urban and the rural commons across the world. The productive and reproductive spaces, and this is really thinking with the work of Silvia Federici, within which women and poor people in Africa and across the wider South operated with, continues to come under particularly severe attacks because of the processes of accumulation, financialization, investments, as we can see. But at the same time, these same conditions of exploitation have shaped new resistance battles by African women and women across, not just the global South, but across the world, as can be seen by various popular movements that have sprung up in the last 50 years. So some examples, and this is going back to history. We've seen on the continent of Africa, in the Niger Delta, for example, the Ogerefe resistance, women in the Niger Delta in 1984 rose up against oil extraction. In Ekpan in 1986, Nigerian women rose up against extraction. So these uprisings were against privatization, multinational oil corporations such as Shell, state violence and militarization, and importantly, against oil extraction and in defense of their land and their territories. So Leigh Brownhill, whose work the collective I'm part of, and my own intellectual and organizing work borrows heavily from, talks about extends the work of Arigi in the context of the long 20th century of women's resistance, right? By excavating and critically examining what she describes as an unbroken century-long chain of social movements led by African women against capitalist enclosures of the gendered commons. So it's important as we look at the contemporary period that the movements and the resistance that we are seeing springing up across the world, and especially in the global South, the global majority, we have to locate them within the 500 years of the colonial encounter, the histories of enslavement. There is no movement that just springs up. There's a long history of accumulation and dispossession and appropriation of the commons of labor, of our relationships with one another, our removal from our histories, our spirituality and our culture on one hand. On the other hand, there's also a long history and chain of resistance and solidarity making, not just by African women, but ideas of internationalist, anti-capitalist forms of solidarity, as well as cross-movement solidarity and organizing. And I want to conclude by talking about new movements, old claims, and especially some of the analytical approaches, right? A lot of the work, resistance work being done by women across Africa, specifically within the climate and environmental justice space, sits within what I call the new political homes, right? It's old claims, new movements, but the same political claims across time. So some of the groups I want to give a shout out to is WOMIN, the Women Collective, the Southern Africa Rural Women's Assembly, the Ramani Collective, or rather what used to be the African Ecofeminist Collective, which is my political home. But across the continent of Africa, we are seeing movements around ecology, movements around economy that are thinking with the long histories of exploitation. But importantly, what are the possibilities of organizing? One of the critiques, I must say, that we presently sit with is, what is actually an ecofeminist politics, right? What actually is an engagement with and critiques of the patriarchal order, right? How does a colonial encounter transform patriarchy? How does neoliberal globalization transform patriarchy, right? And again, what does it tell us about the possibilities of women's movements and cross-movement organizing? And I think for us, one of the reasons why we are very clear as Ramani Collective, for example, and very many movements on the continent of Africa, some of which I have just named, is that we cannot simply talk about an ecofeminist politics that is not located within an anti-capitalist politics, right? But also an anti-imperialist politics, right? Because the age-old connections around dependency, and we look at work around dependency theory and equal exchange, continue to be maintained between the global north and the global south. The continent of Africa, for example, continues to be a site of extraction, of resources and of labor. With the collapse of the economies that we are seeing across Africa and what we are calling structural adjustment programs or austerity 2.0, we are seeing young men and women dying in the watery graves of the Mediterranean Ocean, escaping the climate crisis that we are witnessing across Africa, but also because of new forms of investments around land and speculation, and the seed laws that my work right now is involved in around the seed laws criminalizing the rights of peasant farmers, smallholder farmers to save, sell, and exchange their seeds. So there are new forms and accelerated forms of destitution and oppression, which then forces young men and women, right, to flee the continent because the whole continent continues to be a site of exploitation. And that is on one hand. On the other hand, again, because of increased austerity measures, my own country, for those who keenly followed the news, last year in Kenya, there were major protests because of the finance bill. A finance bill where the IMF dictates exactly what is expected to be put in front of the parliament, where we are the ones who elect parliamentarians or the president every 5 years. But the parliament or the presidency no longer works for the people. It's basically captured by the International Monetary Fund. The World Bank literally dictates what the macroeconomic and even microeconomic policy is. And young men and women rose up last year in Kenya to fight against that form of oppression, right? So you see very many young women in Kenya, for example, and this is replicated across the whole continent of Africa, are forced to flee to work as healthcare workers in the United Kingdom, to work as healthcare workers, as nurses in the United States of America, in Canada, in New Zealand, and in Australia. So you have a situation where doctors and nurses are trained in Kenya, but it is a global north that benefits from that kind of labor because there are no jobs, because the public sector has been completely decimated by this policies around austerity. So our public healthcare systems are collapsing in the global south, yet the labor that has been trained, the men and women who are supposed to develop their country, end up in the global north. And they end up in horrible working conditions, not forgetting the racism and the growing fascism that they are facing in the core, which is basically the idea about the core and the periphery. At the same time, across the continent of Africa, young women are forced to become domestic workers in West Asia and in the Middle East, where they literally work under what we can describe as slave-like conditions, right? Tortured, beaten, sexually assaulted by their employers, murdered. It's one of the things is that Kenya has, I think I was reading a news story a few weeks ago where I think around 300 bodies, are lying in mortuaries across Saudi Arabia belonging to young Kenyan women who left because there are no jobs, because of the decimation that we are seeing, because our resources continue to be exploited and expropriated by the global north and new imperial or sub-imperialist forces. So that's the reason why I talk about new movements, but the old claims, whether coming from the resistance to enslavement, the resistance to colonialism, the immediate resistance to neoliberal globalization, has to be centered in this new movement work. And we cannot just say that we are anti-capitalist. There's an importance about saying what new visions and liberatory worlds are we talking about? That is why a socialist world, visions, it's not just an anti. The politics of liberation is the rebuilding of a world, the rebuilding of relations. And I guess for me, that is one of the things that I literally struggle with, where there's a lot of anti, which is important. But what is the politics of regeneration? What are the building blocks? How does it actually look like? So I want to conclude this with a question to all of us. What does it mean to claim the legacies of revolutionary, anti-colonial movements in a post-colonial world? What does it mean to be a bridge, to offer continuities between the past and the present? Importantly, what revolutionary futures were and are we willing into existence as ecofeminists? Right? Especially as ecofeminists, what revolutionary futures are we willing into existence? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ruth Nyambura. That was amazing. I don't know if you heard the applause, but it was, could you hear it?
No, I can't hear it, sadly. But
well,
thank you
should we
so
do
much.
another applause again?
Thank you.
Well, that was a wonderful kickoff for our day here in The Hague. I have so many questions that came up, and I'm sure people in the room also have questions for you. Let me just check the time and see how we are on the schedule. Yeah, okay, we have about 15 minutes for questions. I'll just start things off. I mean, we're talking about a revolutionary action for today, and also this kind of very important commitment to confront capitalism and imperialism, which is, of course, very daunting. Well, as we see that capitalism and imperialism has so many resources, and the resistance to that and the initiative to produce an alternative is disadvantaged financially, economically, right? I think one of the main purposes of this symposium is to try to cultivate or actually figure out how we here, especially Global North ecofeminists, can support your struggles in the Global South. You have some experience with that, so maybe do you have any response to that question?
So thank you so much. I was actually just quickly looking for a quote by, it's not a quote, but it's basically Amilcar Cabral, the revolutionary Amilcar Cabral. For those who don't know who Amilcar Cabral was one of the greatest anti-colonial theorists and organizers. He was the leader of what was called the PAIGC, the anti-colonial movement in Cabo Verde, and Guinea-Bissau that fought against Portuguese colonialism, but also was in solidarity with the movements in Mozambique, in South Africa, in Angola, but also in Brazil, and also supported the revolutionary work against the dictatorship in Portugal itself, basically at the belly of the beast of the colonial empire. And one of the things he says, it's a very long speech that he's given, and he says at the very end, he ends with a call for solidarity, but he says this to their comrades rather, in the global north. They ask of them to fight their governments. Sometimes it's very important to go on this charity, so I don't want to call it charity and missionary work, and I want to be very careful about that, where there's this idea that let's talk about the dictatorships in your country, but the dictatorships in the global south are literally propped up by the empires in the global north. We want you to challenge the empires. If you're from the United States of America, you should be challenging the empire. And it's not just about Trump, because there's this idea that it's just a Republican. As Julius Nyerere said, the United States is a one-party dictatorship, but in true American opulence, it has two parties. Whether it's the Democrats, whether it's the Republican, the reality is America is an empire. We experience violence across the global south because of the empire that is the United States of America and the kind of hegemony that is. Whether it's the United Kingdom, whether you are from New Zealand, the thing is, if you really want to be in solidarity, above all, it is to confront directly the empires from which you come from. Because for as long as those empires continue, we continue to get exploited in the global south. So I sit with Cabral's words almost over 50 years after he was assassinated, but over 50 years after his words were spoken. Confront empire. That is the best way to support the movements in the global south. But at the same time, when we have very radical tactics in the global south, we hope that you will not dumb it down and tell us to be softer in our ways of resistance. So ultimately, for me, that is a very, very important line, that you confront your empires.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody have a question for Ruth Nyambura? Yes, in the back. Okay, I will have to run over to the back and give the microphone. Please wait, it's about 30 seconds. Oh, wait,
no
somebody's
problem.
Coming. Yeah.
Oh.
Actually, yeah. Okay, here she comes. Yeah.
Hello, hi, thank you for your talk. My name is Ayn, I am from India and I live and study in the Netherlands at the moment. I was wondering, from your perspective as a scholar of food sovereignty, can you tell us a little bit about the impact of the defunding of USAID in the African continent? And how do you see the movements that you're working with, especially agroecological movements, how are they planning to respond to this?
That's such a brilliant question that I've spent the last 1 month, obviously, dealing with, including in our ecofeminist school. So I'll start by saying this. To begin with, to talk about, we cannot start at USAID. We cannot talk about what has happened in the last 2 months without talking about the fact that historically, the food aid that the USAID sends, or the American government has sent, not just to Africa, but across the world in the last 70 years in the post-World War II order, one was part of it was because they subsidized their own farmers, right? And then, of course, what does that mean for farmers in the global south, right? That when I talk about USAID, and I'm not talking specifically about just the organization, but the food aid that the US has been sending to Africa, for example, has severely undermined the project of food sovereignty and sovereignty across Africa. So I want to be very clear. about that, this is what the food aid that has been sent across the global south has been used to undermine the project of sovereignty in the global south. Because under trade rules, American farmers, for example, can be subsidized. African farmers cannot be. And in fact, you come from India, and this has been a very big debate in the WTO, right? Where governments in the global south have not been able to properly take care and subsidize their own farmers in the context of production because of the fears of what happens within the WTO, of the reprisals within the WTO. So that is one context that I think is very, very important, because I have a problem with people romanticizing USAID or aid, the aid industrial complex in general. The aid industrial complex has existed as a liberal order to undermine sovereignty and more radical and more socialist projects within the global south. The second thing, of course, because we live in a context in which our sovereignty has been undermined because of austerity policies across Africa. African governments are not able to, fund healthcare, fund education, fund, things like HIV and AIDS, literally, right? In Kenya, I'm reading that about 30,000 workers, healthcare workers, are going to lose their jobs, and especially affiliated with HIV and AIDS programs. So it has had, and it has a serious material impact. The withdrawal of this aid has had a serious material impact in the context of providing food in places where they're experiencing drought and famine, but also in the context of a lot of refugees and refugee settlements rely on this particular food aid. So I understand and I agree. It is a crisis, a complete crisis. We're witnessing a crisis around people losing their jobs, around medicines not being able to reach people, and especially life-saving medication. And I agree with that. But the solution to the defunding or whatever they're doing, because now it's really impossible, it's really difficult to even follow exactly what they're doing. The solution is not to reinstate US aid. The solution is a politics, is fighting for sovereignty. That African governments, that global South governments, that the government of India does not have to worry about the hostile economic activities of the empires of Europe and the United States of America. If you're really thinking in the context of what an eco-socialist and eco-feminist socialist project is to fight for the independence, full political and economic independence of the global South. It isn't to reinstate. I mean, I don't want to live in a world where my food aid, or the food that I eat, I have to wait for an entity, for a farmer in Utah to produce food so that I'm able to get food in Nairobi. Yet, farmers in Africa continue to farm and produce food, but because of the legacies of colonialism around the land question, the legacies of the last 50 years of neoliberal globalization, they do not get the adequate support from the state in terms of production. We demand sovereignty. We do not want the charity of empires of the United States of America. And we see what it means, this kind of charity where you have a president who can decide, I can yank it. We don't want charity. We want to be sovereign. That's what we want.
That's fantastic. Ruth Nyambura, thank you so much for that response. And I wonder if there's a little bit of time left for one more question, if you want. Somebody has something? Oh, Chihiro. Chihiro, who will be presenting right after you. And I think what you've been presenting resonates very strongly with Chihiro's practice. So let's hear from her.
Thank you so much for your words, and thank you for invoking Cabral. I had a question concerning visibility of climate injustice and like disasters, like big cyclones or fires getting the news, but droughts, slow onset that actually creates real misery and loss of crops and people dying. Not receiving that news. It's not a photo. I'm curious about your ideas about like how does movement generate more attention for the political crisis of hunger based on climate injustice, and if there are any takeaways also for our work here as movement.
Yeah. I mean, the politics of slow violence, I mean, that is what climate injustice and environmental injustice is, because, of course, as you said, there's a tendency to think about the big things, the cyclones, the hurricanes, the floods that hit Kenya last year in April and May, but not a focus of the everyday forms of violence. And I will add on to that, maybe to answer that in the context of the ways in which even the climate and environmental crisis are framed, the power of narratives. And I think for me is basically goes back to, and especially within the context of the false solutions to the climate and environmental crisis that are being pushed, right? That it pays to have very particular narratives, right? Because if you really start to dig deep into the biodiversity crisis, right? We talk about the climate crisis, but we don't adequately talk about the biodiversity crisis that we are facing around seeds, for example, right? Biodiversity loss around crops, for example, because then that leads us into a conversation around power and the economic question, right? The fact that the climate crisis ultimately and the environmental crisis, this is a crisis of capitalist accumulation, right? So we talk, even when we talk about the climate and environmental crisis in Africa, capitalism, it's not even the elephant in the room. It doesn't even exist in the room. We don't talk about the economic policies that bring us to this point. We don't talk about the histories of colonialism. We don't talk. All we talk about is, the very, very particular solutions where it's about the entrepreneurship of the farmer, for example, when it comes to the food crisis. The food crisis is basically presented as if only African women farmers or peasant women farmers were taught how to be better entrepreneurs, were taught, were given money so that they were given loans. That is how the solutions are framed, right? Because if we actually had a proper conversation of the structural, and you've actually mentioned it, the political questions, right? The politics of the crisis we face, that has been removed from the conversation, because then that leads us into a structural and systemic analysis that would not only make people feel uncomfortable, but that would lead to more radical demands. So basically what the movements are doing across the continent of Africa is, some of the movements that I've spoken about, the Southern African Rural Women's Assembly, a lot of work around seed banks, organizations and movements such as NAWI, which focuses on the intersections of feminism and radical economic justice questions, is to look at what underpins, right? The system that we are faced, we are part of. But then also what we are seeing, and I can assure you this is going to happen, we are going to have movements like what we saw in Kenya last year. Increasingly, we saw it in Mozambique, where political tensions around elections converge with austerity issues, converge with, the surplus labor that people who wake up every day on the continent of Africa, who literally have nothing. They don't have jobs. They do not know if they'll ever get jobs. There's no hope. It's either they cross the Mediterranean or find themselves as domestic labor in the Middle East. So I would say that we have movements, but I'm hoping to see much more cross-movement, building, theorizing, and organizing. I still think that there is a gap around building those regional links and also international links and solidarities. But I can assure you that within the next 2-3 years, there will be violent movements, radical violent movements, and rightfully so, because economic injustice is violence. Food poverty is injustice, right? It is violence, and people will resist and will rise up.
Thank you very, very much, Nyambura, for the fantastic words and really energizing us, I think, for our day here. I think it's important to note, maybe as, I don't know if you'll agree, we also have to start setting up Chihiro's performance now. I don't know if we can keep you on for a few minutes while Chihiro is setting up. Do you mind?
I do. I have another 12 minutes. I can be on for another 12 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Yeah.
So, like, I think one of the points is that as you're mentioning that there will be uprisings, there will be conflicts that we will see here in the north, in Africa coming up because of the intensification of the accumulation of the exploitation, and also just the desperation that is coming. That is invoked by global north policies, and as you mentioned, like the IMF is undermining sovereignty in Kenya. So actually, it's important for us here not to look at those disruptions and that conflict and violence that's happening in Africa and blame African conditions. Actually, we have to look at what policies our governments are enacting here, which are pushing people into such desperation continually, which is the legacy of colonialism. It's not post-colonialism. I call it most colonialism. It's still like inherent to our current system, right?
Yeah. I like exactly what you said about, and often, I mean, when we had the protests last year in Kenya, and you know, there's this tendency to blame, especially young people rise up, right? The tendency to blame them. We were being told part of the gaslighting was we're going to destroy our country. Tourists, actually, this was a big thing. We were being told that tourists, because Kenya is marketed as a big tourist destination, that tourists will no longer come. Tourists from Europe, America will stop coming to Kenya. And I loved that my generation and the generation, because I'm a late millennial, and the generation after me, the Gen Zs in Kenya, was saying that we don't care about tourists. We don't care. In fact, a lot of the tourist places we cannot even afford. You know, I see places marketed in Kenya. I'm 36 years old. I've never been to. I do not have any hope of ever affording to go to these places. And I love that. They're taking back and saying that our countries are more than tourists, right? We cannot even enjoy the resources we have. We cannot enjoy, because what happens within the process of accumulation is that we are constantly, as I said at the very beginning of my presentation, that the global south continues to exist as a site of extraction, whether it is the wildlife, whether it is our culture. You can take our culture, gentrify it, and we don't benefit from our culture. It's cool to show up within a Maasai, the outfit, but the Maasais in Kenya as indigenous people are treated horribly. They have been evicted from their land to build conservancies, right? To build conservancies for the climate, for wildlife, and also for mitigation to the climate crisis. Yet the Maasais as the people, especially the original people of the land, cannot even enjoy the land that is theirs historically. So I guess that level, we've gotten to a space where a new generation, and again, going back to, as Fanon says, each generation, right? I forget the quote now, but it's about, you must discover what is your purpose for this moment. And as I said, these are old claims, right? I look at the Gen Zs in Kenya, the uprising last year, as basically built on the backs of the anti-colonial resistance movement in Kenya of the Mau Mau. It is built on the work and on the back of Wangari Maathai and the women who resisted, the taking of the forests and the public parks in Kenya in the 90s, right? So this long unbroken, centuries long accumulation, but at the same time, the continued resistance and people rising up and saying that we cannot accept the world as is. And maybe just to conclude on that, I love the quote by Arundhati Roy when she says that another world is possible. On a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. And these protests that we are seeing in Africa by young people are an expression of another world is possible, that we reject the colonialism that we continue to face by the IMF, by the World Bank, by countries, and I call them empires, the empires of the global north. These continued circuits of colonization and imperialism cannot stand anymore.
Thank you very much. I can't thank you more. I mean, I'd love to speak the whole afternoon with you, and I think all of us would love to have you here. I hope we'll have another chance very soon, but that was a wonderful presentation and discussion. I'm so grateful. We will now switch to our next presenter. So Ruth Nambua, thank you very much. And I guess you'll stay maybe on the Zoom for a bit. Please ask some questions if you need to. And we need to take about 2 minutes to get Chihiro Huzebroek up and running here. So please be patient for a couple of minutes. Thank you again.
All right, bye-bye, thank you.
Are there any burning issues that people want to address right away? No? You can go get a coffee or go to the washroom if you need to.
Ja, wat wordt de achtergrond? Misschien gewoon een van de afbeeldingen.
Ja.
Dat is oké.
Gewoon nu. Ik ga hier de screenshot uitzetten en dat jij hem hier gaat screenshotten.
Yes. working on that kruispunt at the intersection here in the Netherlands for the past 15 years. And today I'm gonna talk and sing you through my own path of engaging with cuerpo territorio, the body territory. And it's a concept that defies this weird separation of humans outside of nature. It's a concept that comes from Latin America. I've mostly encountered it from people in Mexico and Ecuador, but find it across the continent of people who invoke territorial ecofeminism. I'm not going to theorize about it. It's going to be a few songs and some reflection on how I've engaged with that in struggle. So starting with this picture, I am a street activist. I organize decolonial blocks at marches. And I'd like to start with a song that I wrote for Museumnacht. It's, we have it each year. And I was asked to perform at the Tropenmuseum. And they had one floor which was about the colonial heritage and one floor about plastic and our plastic crush and our toxic relationship with plastic. And those two didn't have a conversation, even though to me those worlds of the chain of petrochemicals and colonialism are very much intertwined. So this song I wrote especially for that performance.
Mary sees ghosts, looking left, looking right. But she ain't backing down, she's putting up a fight. Petrochemical monsters, before you're there, you smell it. Plantation country is now Cancer Alley. Say, I don't want to swallow you into my gut. You burn my skin, you make my heart run. I'm scared for my life. Who can I trust? You invade me, you show me my no is not enough. I cough and I cough and I cough and I cough and I cough. My body no choice, your harm cannot be brushed off. You trespassed Ella's body like you trespassed the land. 10K a day, we're losing all our friends. 1 in 5 death, all they did was take a breath. Why does a 9-year-old die of cardiac arrest? Say, I don't want to swallow you into my gut. You burn my skin, you make my heart run. I'm scared for my life, who can I trust? You invade me, you show me my no is not enough. I cough and I cough and I cough and I cough and I cough. My body no choice, I wonder when will you stop? You say you've changed your ways, but you export the waste. Now Belle and her boy are the ones who pay. Say, shut those windows when you're all burning through the night. Say, that's not recycling, it's a dirty lie. I cough and I cough and I cough and I cough and I cough. My body no choice until I pass out. I cough and I cough and I cough and I cough and I cough. My body no choice until I pass out. The beat drops. So that was Death by Plastic. And making songs has been a way to embody my activism more. Sometimes we read about people who die in the struggle. We read about how much toxins they release in the air. We read about many things that have a tendency to quantify, not qualify. And even in our struggles and in our solidarity, I've seen how to do all the things that we do, sometimes we end up feeling like a long to-do list and have very little space for integrating all this loss and damage. A loss and damage that doesn't just happen in the land, doesn't just happen in somebody else, but happens in our bodies too, as we lose connection, as we lose the agency to grow crops in our own backyard because we know that the soil is toxic. This song also underlines that before climate was disrupted, the biosphere was disrupted. So I don't like to overemphasize on the CO2 up in the air, but kind of look at the long history and ancestral environmental trauma that got us here from displacing landscapes, waterscapes, and communities. So this song really talks about the fight in Louisiana, where, yeah, you used to have the plantations of slavery. Now you have the villages or the places where a majority Black population is living under the stacks of petrochemical plants. And the question is, what's the difference between living under a plantation system and a plant when both induce premature death? So the body territory, lichaamlandschap, the cuerpo territorio, really refuses this artificial line, both in our language and in the way that we do struggle between our bodies and the lands that we belong to, the lands that sustain us, the waters that are our body. So you see this in these artworks. Yeah, there's really no division between the body and the land, and it invokes different questions of how we do our healing work, our defense work, our care work. And as you could tell, this image that comes from an Instagram post of Indigenous movement, I put that on a banner and I put that into the street. So every time I have to explain somebody that ecocide is genocide and genocide is suicide, and people say, oh, that's very complex, I say, I can show this picture to a child and they understand that destroying the forest is destroying the forest peoples, and this has been a history that's been going on for a very long time. This year I was in Bolivia. I'm a Bolivian Dutch with Quechua ancestry, and I found it hard to connect with the movement in Bolivia. One of the reasons, it's a very big country, very remote, different struggles, especially land struggles. And the struggles that are happening in the city are often tied to unions, and unions are often tied to party politics, and party politics get complex. So as an outsider, it's hard to engage in a genuine way. But I was lucky that my friend from the Netherlands, who I've done direct action with, has had 6-7 years of relationship with a women's group in Tarequia. It's an area in Bolivia in the south. So when you see Bolivia over there, there's a little dip, like a point in the south. That's this dip. And it's the Reserva Nacional de Flora y Fauna de Tariquía. And the irony has it that a flora and fauna reserve is being threatened by gas extraction. So this is a protected land that, gas workers have been wanting to get into the past 10 years. And the women especially resisted, kind of outside of this union structure that was tied to party politics, and have really done it community bottoms up. And long story short, my friend asked me to accompany her, and we did some workshops there that really facilitate them telling their own story, because she came into the territory as a PhD student, and of course her PhD is not going to serve the community. It's written in English, and it's for academic world. So right off the start, they made she made a promise that she would come back and do whatever they wanted her to do to get the story out in a way that was relevant for them. And they landed on a radio show in which the sounds of the territory would be recorded, and they would tell about their territory and their struggles, and remain anonymous as well, which was important. So I don't have any pictures of the women that we worked with, not because I want to invisibilize them, but because they remain anonymous. So in her thesis, in her PhD, she also worked with the concept of the cuerpo territorio and the weaving of resistance and the unweaving. So different things that have impact. And sometimes we talk romantically about weaving resistance, weaving relations. And I found it very interesting in her work that she was also looking at how state repression, corporate repression was also doing unweaving and damages. And an important part was also music in her work, both the music that the women had written before, and in this day for this radio show recording, we also made a new song. I facilitated a 1-hour workshop with Maria Nela Coca Flores, who's also here, who doesn't want to stay anonymous, and 5 other women. And I'm going to share this song with you. This is a little bit the land that I was able to meet with some of its inhabitants. For this, I will sing with the charango. Yay. Check 1. Ooh, that's loud. Check 2. Da da da da da. So the song came out of an exercise where we wanted all of the women to equally write for the song. Of course, in a group, you have some people that could write the whole song by themselves. And there are some people who say like, oh no, I don't have anything really, it's all okay. And the exercise was really like, how do we get all of these women to contribute? All of these women to contribute a few lines about really what is it that they want people to know about their lands. The song came out calling No se calla, don't be silent or don't shut up. And they wrote the lyrics, and I looked for some chords on the charango, which is an instrument from Bolivia. It's not a ukulele. It's an instrument from Bolivia. and I hope you like it. I haven't played it much because we just wrote it this year, and I'm new to the charango, so you are privileged in my messy performance as the first people. This is for the women of Tarakia. Escucho en silencio. Sorry. Escucha el silencio en la madrugada y el agua tranquila corriendo en la quebrada. Mi reserva hice con tiempo y cuidado. Espero que sea bien respetada. Si quieren vivir libre para siempre, cuida medio ambiente. Mujeres de pie, nunca de rodillas. Mujeres de pie, nunca de rodillas. Mujeres siempre firmes. Mujeres siempre firmes. Fusil, metralla, Tarakia no se calla. Tarakia no se calla. Cada árbol que crece, un aire que sana, unidos sabemos nuestra casa humana. Tener aire y agua pura es tener salud y una vida segura. Nunca olvides, si el agua es vida, protege nuestros bosques de Tarakia. Mujeres de pie, nunca de rodillas. Mujeres de pie, nunca de rodillas. Mujeres siempre firmes. Mujeres siempre firmes. Fusil, metralla, Tarakia no se calla. Tarakia no se calla. No se calla. No se calla. Yeah, so some words I like to say about the lyric. How many people speak Spanish? A few. Nice. So maybe you got a little bit more. But the verses, they really just describe a love of the land, like all the beautiful things about their reserve, from the sound of the water in the morning to, that they hope that they will be well respected And in that regard, it doesn't sound like a protest song. It sounds like an ode to their home. But the chorus is really women on foot, never on their knees, women always strong, fusil metralla, it's actually like a machine gun. So it's a call to arms to defend the land, actually, in that one sentence. It breaks the lullaby vibe. Tarakia, the place, don't shut up. Because the biggest danger is them getting isolated and being intimidated into silence. So they have to keep earworming to themselves and to each other, you know, don't be silenced. So don't be silent and don't be silenced. So that's a little bit about this song. Yeah, let's see. Can we go back to the slides? Sorry, I'm having a very demanding production here. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah.
Screen share.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody in the tech supporting, caring. So I wanted to situate, like, the story of Bolivia as an ongoing story. At this moment, they have defeated by sitting for 5 months on a bridge, day and night, that any trucks with material and equipment entered their territory. And now it's a quiet period. But you see that the corporation, the gas industry, is starting to try to buy certain people and divide the community. It's something that many people recognize. If you've been in a struggle for a while, you see the divide and conquer tactics. And yeah, I feel music, I have to talk to myself a lot when I make music and protest music, like, can I really afford to take this time to make art or to work with the words and the sounds? Shouldn't I be at the front line every day, every single day, every single night? And I realized to keep healthy, to keep doing this till I die, I need to integrate. I need to integrate a whole range of emotions, not just toughing it out, but also my sadness, my anger, my joy, my pride, and connecting. And through music, I think not only can you connect, but you can also earworm. You can repeat affirmations over and over and over again. And every time I sing this song, I transport back into their territory and make connections with my body and keep the relationship strong. So I'm going to close with reflecting on how can the body territory inform our activism here in Europe, also addressing some burnout culture or some alienation as we fight colonialism, as we fight capitalism, as we fight patriarchy, that does something to the body. And if you've been in this struggle for a while, you've encountered people dropping out because of burnout. You've encountered people dropping out because of autoimmune diseases or other things developing. And I'm happy that in recent years, I keep encountering the body territory now in Europe, even though it's a Latin American concept. So here we see 3 instances of the past 2 years. Last year I was in Austria at a degrowth festival, and there was a Danish collective that had worked with women in Ecuador, and they had adapted an exercise for activists to do some storytelling in pairs around different emotions, like the emotion anger, or the emotion shame, or the emotion pride or love, also solidarity was considered an emotion. So you would do some storytellings around those prompts, these emotions, and then you were asked, where do you feel this in your body? And you put it on your body in that pair, in that telling. And all of the paper pieces were actually those papers with seeds in them. And you were invited to afterwards, after going through this sharing and also this bonding with another person you didn't know, to plant those pieces and actually connect your body and emotions in your body and your life history with the territory. Because most of us, we live in cities and we don't grow our own food and we don't know where our water comes from even, or what happens to our, what happens when we go to the toilet and make donations. So that was one exercise around the body territory, translated to address alienation and encourage embodiment. Another exercise was by Marcela Barconte from Brazil. She was visiting around a major catastrophe in her territory of a river where lots of toxic sludge has made the whole area, an area that is, I think, bigger than the Netherlands, for the next generation's health hazard and actually not fit to live. And we were talking through how environmental damages, but also environmental displacement, creates ancestral or multi-generational damages. And we did a storytelling exercise around what is your ancestral environmental trauma. And the stuff that surfaced, I was like, wow, we need to do this in every group. We would understand each other way more. We could be more compassionate with each other if we know about each other's brokenness and where it comes from and where we have severed our ties with land. And then finally, Yu Chen Li and Aldo Esparza Ramos, they're part of the Weaving Realities Collective. And I was recently at an exercise with them, and we had a circle. And we started introductions. Instead of our names, we told each other, what is your body made of? And we heard stories of corn. We heard stories of certain rivers. We heard stories of knitted sweaters by grandparents. We got to know each other in a radically different way, outside of the realm of urgency and productivity. And it was weaving our relations in a different way that I think is also very necessary in our activist collectives, in our artistic practices, to keep us not moving forwards as individuals, but as collectives. Yeah. Yeah, sure. So maybe we'll talk a little bit about that together. Let's see if I can move it to the final slide. Oh, so many challenges. Oh, I can roll it. But that's fine. Yeah, so I was going to close with a final song that came from a project that I've been doing at Oerol. It's a theater festival. They also have art installations. And a lot of what is done at Oerol Terschelling, the island in the north of the Netherlands, is location-based arts. And we've been doing a project for 4 years. And when I say we, I say me, Elmo, Vermeijs, and 30 others, about learning from the forest in different life stages. The life stage of germination, of growth, of decay, and of dying. Last year we were doing an installation about decay. This was the entrance. And we were examining a relationship of this forest with our protagonist, our Malaria ostoye. So when you see those black shoelaces on the bark of a tree, it can be a sign of a fungi, a dark honey fungi, and it basically kills the trees. So it's not a cheerful relationship, but we examined that relationship about what we could learn from it, because that fungi that is often seen as a pathogen actually only kills trees in monocultures. In very biodiverse forest, the trees are usually resilient. And this was also started as a plantation, a pine forest plantation. So as the fungus is clearing up trees, it is creating space for a more biodiverse forest to come through. So that was the relationship that we were examining, and I wrote a song about it because that's what I do. And so I'm going to close with, and it's a song that we have to play from here.
Let's try to keep the slide up at the same time.
I'm afraid we need to click onto Zoom
Yeah, sure. Oh, we have to click out of the Zoom.
because I need to switch off the sound from there.
Okay.
Performance lectures. Don't you love them? It's the productional.
It's also with the Zoom. It adds
Yeah.
an extra layer of.
Yeah. But we're good.
Go on to the VLC player.
Are you going to stand here?
Yeah.
Can you just say a couple of words in the microphone?
Sure.
Let me get the VLC player ready, and then we'll switch the. I'll also test the sound from the VLC player. Testing this. This mic, right?
No.
Here? Oh, you want to use? Should we use another mic? Come out of Zoom. Oh, we have to close Zoom. We're out of Zoom. No, we're out.
So it's here, right?
It's out. Okay. Yeah, it's microphone's down though. Okay. Should I just close it? Okay. All right. No more echo? No more echo magic. Okay, wonderful. Okay, let's go to the sound of the backing sound, the backing track. Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's it.
Back.
Yep. Okay, we're ready with that, and I'll put the slide back up. Okay. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Should I play?
When the slide is back up.
Okay, but I have to switch back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. We'll do that.
I'll put it back all the way, and ready?
Sure. Yeah.
You wanna?
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Are you ready? Okay, let's do this. Are you withering with me or just passing by, stuck in productivity and other little lies? Tourists are afraid to merge. I know how to share. You know how to fork and fuse. Gateway to repair. Plantations choke the life out of everyone. Escapism bypasses. All you do is run. We are not your N-word to walk through or ignore. Did you know system change can come through the back door? We are your sibling, and you are all my kin. You are my elder who knows how to shed skin. Master in homing, anastomosis. You trip me up, you shapeshift all of my poses. I feel my body breaking down, my crown falling to the ground. My roots are rotting, my lungs are burning. No longer numb, there are tears and laughter. No longer numb, there are tears and laughter. No longer numb, there are tears and laughter. No longer numb, there are tears and laughter. Losing myself, I wonder, do you redeem? Are we dying or are we breaking free? Am I your breakfast? Are you my trash? Are you my fault?
Am I your shamefulness? I'll meet you in the ruins. I'll meet you halfway. Amend and refresh amidst decay. I long to flow into you, into us and them, and then some more. To roam, that is all. Learn, live, rise and fall. Live and die with playfulness and a little grace. And then decompose in your sweet embrace. In silent prayers we practice precious caring. No longer numb their tears and laughter. No longer numb their tears and laughter. And wandering. What comes after? What comes after? Losing myself, I wonder, do you redeem? Are we dying or are we breaking free? Will you be the end of me or a new beginning? Can you hear me? Can you help me, dear sibling? Thank you.
That's right. There's a Q&A now. Do people have Qs? Anybody curious about Chihiro's practice? How you managed to, oh yeah, you want to put the Zoom on, yeah. Put the Zoom back on. Hello, is this working? Mic, okay. Yeah. Do you want to hear more about how I'd like to hear more about how you keep the body and mind and everything working together or in balance. The emotional component to the activism seems really, very interesting to me, and maybe you can explain. What is your normal day anyway? How are you?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we're on. So I work as a contradiction, as a freelance activist. So besides doing stuff in grassroots, pro bono, like just doing the work, right now I'm organizing a bus to Leeuwarden to say no to NATO, and I actually really like saying this in this building, in this body territory, like down with US imperialism. But that's a very concrete thing that I'm working on right now, is just reaching out in emails, in events, on Instagram to get a bus filled from Amsterdam to Leeuwarden. And then I do a lot of talking, because what I encounter is that people recruit themselves because they're passionate about something on a theme, but that doesn't mean that you know how to organize, or you have political education and you cannot get it in schools or from TV, God forbid. So yeah, we need to do that work together, and this is where I often come in. People ask me to give workshops both on political historical context, because I work a lot on decolonizing the climate movement. So what does it mean to not just work against CO2 in the pie in the sky, but to see the 500 years of violence on the ground that got us here? That's, part of my day-to-day is
doing those kind of events. And then kind of historically, I've been more pre-COVID in the kind of groups that do direct action. So shutting the OBA down, which is the storage for coal in the Dutch harbor, in the Amsterdam harbor. We have the most coal in the Netherlands, in Rotterdam, from Europe. So the biggest coal export to Europe is in Rotterdam, and the second biggest port of coal is in Amsterdam, and that's also tied to blood coal from Colombia. So making those ties, shutting that down, or doing awareness work on that. I've done a lot of work against Shell. I made an exhibition about it too, but I also wrote a song, Shell Must Fall. And more importantly, we worked on different shutdown actions, both in Groningen and also in the AGM, occupying their party and making it inoperable for that moment. So I've also done a lot of work about like how Shell even got to be. And before it was a problem that they had CO2 in the sky. It was robbing the resources of Indonesia. It only got to exist because of the Dutch colony in Indonesia. In Curaçao, people have been living under the smokestacks of the raffinaderij there, La Isla, for 100 years. So yeah, these kind of putting things in a historical context, that's where I come in. And then I do writing and presenting. And on the megaphone, like coming up with chants, because protest music and chants are but a verse away. Like the chants can be the chorus. Yeah.
I'm really curious about, you mentioned a bit about your experience of going to Bolivia and then facing the complexities of electoral politics and not really wanting to engage with it, but then finding this indigenous group. As a person from a global south country and whatever that means, but a post-colonial state, whatever that means, and a grassroots water rights activist, this is something that in India we are also facing, this contradiction and complication on such a big level, where on one level we understand that electoral politics is corrupt to the core. At the same time, we feel the need to fight back against far-right forces in parliament. And I was just wondering, in retrospect, how do you see the women that you were working with, how are they making their political demands known in parliament? And how do you see your own engagement here in the Netherlands with electoral politics as a citizen here?
Yeah, good question, big question. Thank you for the question. I think for Bolivia, I'm cautious because I don't live the day-to-day there. I'm less cautious when it comes to politics in the Netherlands because I grew up here, I was born here, and even though I'm Bolivian Dutch, I really see the diaspora has to be in solidarity, but also has to know that they're not living the day-to-day. So also do a lot of listening before they start amplifying messages that may be very distorted. So I think it's not that I don't want to engage, but I want to spend more time in Bolivia before I really position myself. I think in 2010, I was taking a strong stand because Bolivia in the UN climate summits was taking a strong stand against the imperialism happening there in Copenhagen. So then I made a movie that was also celebrating the kind of politics that Evo Morales at the time was proposing at UN summits. But I've also seen how this government that I had faith that it was going to change more has actually oppressed indigenous people in Bolivia and a lot of other things that are quite compromised. So that's why I'm cautious.
now. In the Netherlands, I've been the campaign manager for Bijeen in 2018. So that was just diving in a shit show every day and taking the storm of media violence, of false frames, of everything, and knowing that you are making a party with humans that are imperfect, but standing next to each other and just dealing with whatever comes at you. I also believe that that kind of dedication is necessary, but I also think that we often jump in not having built enough relationship. So it becomes harder and harder to weather the storm together because cracks form when the pressure cooker is on. And so sometimes I do feel like taking one step back to be able to not crack as a whole project, but say, okay, now we're not putting more pressure on this relationship so we can still work together in the future. Sometimes it's not giving up, but it's just actually saying we need more time, we need a bigger capacity building, we need movement building, we need more organizers than mobilizers. And our rush to want to be bigger also things that we sometimes skip organizing and go straight into mobilizing. And in the organizing, you build stronger relations, both politically and personally. And you build a stronger vision of what your collective strategy is. And I think sometimes in movements in the Netherlands, we don't do that enough. I will answer part of your questions and part it will be outside the scope of today.
Hi, I have a very short question. My question is, what is your relation with Mujeres Creando?
Yeah,
I noticed.
I'm wearing their shirt. Well, I love this shirt. It says, ni la tierra ni las mujeres somos territorio de conquista. So neither women nor the land is a territory of conquest. So Mujeres Creando is, I think, the most famous feminist collective from Bolivia. They are on the intersection of art and activism. And they are often characterized as loud and simple instead of like strong statements, but not backing it up. But I've lived with them for months when there was an artist in residency for a project that I was involved with, that they actually do a lot of behind the scene invisible work. So I really respect their work. I also really respect that Bolivia is a country that is, through politics and media, divided between the highlands and the lowlands. So Santa Cruz is the lowlands where a lot of industry is at, and La Paz is the highlands where the politics is at. And there's a lot of tensions, and they work on both sides. They have a center in both sides. So I really appreciate how less of the things that are very loud at the front, they're also necessary sometimes, but they're sometimes also a little bit distorting. I really appreciate how they work with opvanghuis for domestic violence. So really taking people in and having a house where people can hide, lawyers that assist, doing the underground work. They're fantastic. So yeah, a shout out. I'm not part of them, but I definitely like to endorse.
Okay, well, I think we have to move on. Sadly, there'll be more time to speak. Chihiro, you're going to spend a little bit more time with us today, right? So we'll be able to engage and network more spontaneously a little bit later. We're going to move on to our next presenter, Ursula Biemann, as we are moving on in the schedule. Ursula Biemann is a Swiss artist, and we were talking a lot about the connection between art and activism. And also Ursula is very active in South America. In Colombia, has done several very, very elaborate projects with indigenous communities there. So I'm very much looking forward to speaking with her. I think you're already on, Ursula. I don't know if we can get Ursula onto the stream. Maybe, Ursula, you already have a question or a comment. Have you been following along with Chihiro's presentation? Because I think there's quite a lot of overlap also with forests and trees. Can we hear Ursula?
Well, I have just listened to some of the last 5-6 minutes where she explained her activist work. That's really fantastic. And yeah, I sympathize a lot. I mean, I've done work in Ecuador, also meeting these lawyers. I know how committed they are and what an important role they play in defending, indigenous territories and all of that. Yeah, great. It connects really well to what we're going to talk about, probably, right, Baruch?
I think so. What we plan to talk about. Where would you like to start? Do you want to go straight into the Forest Mind project and Devenir Universidad?
Well, I think you wanted to say something. You wanted to address some of the very early work, maybe.
Okay.
To get a bit of a scope of because the early work is where I explicitly worked with feminist theories a lot and gender-related globalization issues. So this could be very fitting here, and then we move on to the Colombian projects, right?
Okay, great. Yeah, so that was one idea, to give a little bit of context to Ursula's practice. Ursula has a very special practice. It's, I think you, can I speak? Yeah. So in the early days, you worked a lot in what was really kind of remarkable, like striking about the early work is the integration of internet and online experience with your video essay practice. And you, since the beginning, you have had like a very innovative and creative approach to using various forms of media. And so I just wanted to start with that because you had a couple of early, very, very important for me and very strongly feminist practices, performing the border and remote sensing. Maybe you can speak a little bit about those practices and what was of concern for you, and maybe a little bit about how you thought them out, creatively.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, hello, everybody. I would love to have been sitting in this chair on the stage to meet you personally, but here this is the second best thing we can do here. Well, I was studying art in New York at the time in the mid-'80s and had a bit of a Marxist feminist art education that I received there and was getting very interested in international labor conditions, particularly regarding a new situation where women were drawn into the international labor force of the electronic industry along the US-Mexico border. And at that time, I wasn't really a media filmmaker yet, I have never taken a video class in my life. Everything that I did in terms of finding out how to do that was self-taught, experimental completely. So that was a good thing because I didn't have to adhere to many filmmakers, conventions, and so on. I felt very free to come up with my own version of how I wanted to speak about these realities on the ground. Particularly also tying in theoretical concerns, because I was a very theory-driven artist at that time. Attending the Whitney Independent Study Program and so on, And so at the time, there were already some labor films about the border situation between Mexico and the US. But I had in mind a completely different approach, where I also speak about gender theories, about the performativity of the border through the meaningful crossing and making of these borderlands, and a much more empowering version of what happens to these women and how they struggle to keep entire families alive in the hinterland and so on. And that actually led to the next project. That was Performing the Border. I had just cooked this up in my little studio for a whole year without sharing it with anyone. And when I came out of it, it became a bit of a bestseller, actually, among obscure university departments who did gender studies, border studies, performance studies, and so on. And I was very happy about getting this kind of audience, because I felt that this is where I came from, you know. And then something you mentioned, Baruch, is remote sensing, which more explicitly started to look into the technologies. I mean, remote sensing is basically about the trafficking of women, the planetary trafficking of women in Southeast Asia, in Mexico, on the east of the eastern border of Europe, and Czech Republic, for instance, and so on. And it puts that in relationship to new image technologies that started to emerge, the new geographic information systems and satellite imagery. And the claim I'm making in this video is that it is thanks to these global image technologies that enabled them to reorganize women on a global scale, because for the first time, these satellite images of Earth became readily available, and we started to understand, move them from here to there. Here they have some army presence from the US during the Korean War and so on, and in Indonesia. And let's bring some women there, let's bring them to the Arab countries and so on. So moving around women in the global scale was possible because of these new technologies. So I bring these very disparate areas of research into a common reading. And I think this is what made this a bit particular, special. And of course, there is always, as in the video essays, there's always this voiceover that actually brings in gender theories of mobility and so on.
Yeah, it's very emotionally impactful, that work, remote sensing. We really get involved with your struggle with it, coming from a kind of global north perspective and being kind of at the forefront of technological innovation and benefiting from it, right?
Yeah, the eternal dilemma, right?
Right. Okay, well, that will, I guess, provide a little bit of context, and definitely very nicely on Ursula's website, geobodies.org. Geobodies.org, you can get some pretty good documentation of these projects as well, and they've been written up a lot. Geobodies, so what is a geobody, and why did you name your website, and what is that relationship to your practice?
Well, in following these two projects, I continued for many years on migration issues, because the Schengen space was being established and an outer border of Europe began to be fortified, and I went to the African continent to look at the trans-Saharan illicit migration, because I felt that nobody in Europe was really bringing in that media perspective anymore. Not only countries and people were globalized, also the media landscape changed enormously in the 90s and early 2000s. So I felt they didn't send anyone out to the fringes anymore, where a lot of these activities were actually happening. And artists started to fill in and create documents about these situations on the ground, so that we would get a more personal perspective, rather than just being these people that we moved around, you know. That was, anyway. You were mentioning mobility issues, you were asking, sorry.
And the geobodies, like how does that name come about?
Because of that, yeah, of course. Because of that body of work, I named my website Geobodies, because I didn't want a website with my name on it, because I felt I'm really have a long-term project of elaborating on topics that were meaningful in and of themselves. I didn't want to highlight so much my artistic identity. And geobodies were just bodies that were moving geographically. I mean, I thought of my videos very much as video geographies. I was creating geographies as a signifying system through my video practice, right? So I started to move through these spaces to generate meaning and document the meaning that people made in these spaces through their migration practices. So I felt this was a very kind of an appropriate naming of my website. And later I began to, let's say, after about 10 years of doing these videos and video projects, I moved more into an ecological topics and biodiversity and climate change. I started with climate change and water issues and so on. So the website Geobodies, it became more like a planetary body, a geological body. And so the name had maybe a different meaning by that time, but it was still appropriate to keep calling it Geobodies.
Would you say that you have an activist practice, or do you, because your work actually, I think most of the appreciation of your work is happening in the art field, right? I'm wondering, yeah, I mean, how have you observed that's changing over the time of your career?
I think from the beginning, you say art, the art field, and universities, I would say. And in the beginning was actually more universities, because the art world didn't really think what I was doing was art. I was allowed to be part of their event program accompanying an exhibition, but rarely was I really invited to be part of an art exhibition. But then with all these biennials popping up and documentary practices becoming a kind of a lingua franca also for the international art world, this changed very much. And I'm actually, in the last 10 years or so, I mainly work with biennial and museum contexts, but I keep very, very active within the university context. And well, with activism, it always depends a bit. What exactly do you want to activate? You know, what do you want to activate in people? And for me, to activate their minds and to open a way of thinking about certain issues that have been maybe very monopolized by particular discourses is what I do fundamentally. And do we call this activism generally? Not necessarily. In the beginning, I mean, Performing the Border, these clearly more feminist labor videos were often presented in conferences and festivals that had a very strong political agenda. And I mean, I was invited to Marxism 2000 conferences, a massive conference in the US and other places, because people understood my work also as a way of, I don't know, of dealing with very political subject matters, but maybe in a way that interested academic crowds as well.
Right. And so let's move to the more recent projects. Did you want to show some slides, or can we just keep talking? Or
well, maybe let me just maybe say a couple of words first about my time in Colombia, because it's a really long-term commitment, unusually long for an artist, possibly. I was invited by the curator of an art museum of the National University in Colombia, in Bogota, and she invited me to a longer field trip, a reconnaissance trip in the south of Colombia, which has been closed off by for their armed conflict between the state and FARC and so on, for about 30 years or more. And because of the peace treaty, it was opened up, and this curator thought I should go there to find out if he could do something there. And so I met, there was an indigenous leader who took me around the south, the Inga leader, Hernando Chindoe, for a month. And we met a lot of other indigenous communities, and I learned about the political situation there. And at the end of the trip, he asked me whether I wanted to support his project of co-creating an indigenous university in their territory. And I thought that was a very interesting idea for me to be involved in, because I could learn also about their particular relationship to the forest, to plants, to different ways of knowledge production, to different knowledge system. All of these issues were super interesting to me, and so we engaged in a process of several years, creating a group of Inga who were involved in education, and a group of academics that I put together in Colombia and elsewhere to support this project. And so we had lots of, here maybe we can show some images, but because I put some images together where you see some of the field work with it, the workshops. I mean, it was a whole process.
I'm going to look for the PDF. I hope it's been downloaded here. Maybe not, but no, I do not see it. It will take a second. Maybe you can. Yeah, I do
if
not.
You can.
Yeah, it's not in the computer here. So, Thijs, you no, but you can probably put it up on the screen over there. There's a file called Biman. It's a PDF file. It's in the Google Drive. In the Google Drive. Well, let's remember, I couldn't find it just now, Ursula, but maybe you can tell us a bit more. You had a kind of manifesto.
I can share.
Oh, you can share it. Okay,
I
great.
can share it if you let me.
Fantastic. Can we allow Ursula to share her screen? Oh, wonderful.
Can you see something?
Fantastic. Yes, we do see it. Thank you very much.
Okay, wonderful. Actually, maybe you could direct that spotlight a bit away from the projection, if you could, or is that a fixed
We can
thing?
turn it down a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great, or just a little bit. Well, this is actually from a different video that I did that had already a lot to do with ecofeminism, but was not shot in the forest in Colombia, but in the Lofoten Island in Arctic Norway. And she is a kind of a Sami performer who performs a marine biologist who does interspecies communication with the marine world, basically. And we devised all kinds of apparatus and instruments where she can do the recording of these submarine sounds. And that's from an installation. But here we are now in the Colombian forest. I just wanted to show you those few images. That is from our tour. We made several field trips, and one of them in January 2021 was a 2-week film trip where we made a lot of interviews with social leaders and shamans and education people and just the elders of the Inga community that have been cut off. The problem was that because they were so cut off and because they were decimated practically by lots of different processes and colonization and so on, they had lost practically an entire generation of knowledge. They couldn't pass that on to the next generation. So this was an attempt to interview the elders about territorial memory and their history and how they experienced this colonization in their territories, to have good quality recordings of these elders for the future university before these people die away, because many of them have already died. And this is a way to salvage their knowledge. We went these learning paths through the forest, because the university will, of course, not be a kind of a centralized campus as we understand it, but a very decentralized kind of learning network across the entire territory, where learning takes place in the forest, in the chagras, on the rivers, and so on. And of course, the collection of plants, the knowledge of plants is an important issue here. And we conducted numbers of workshops with youth and with all kinds of segments of their community to learn about the territories, their reservations, where they live, to kind of understand the larger context within their existence. Because in school they learned about Italy and the geography and the history of Spain and Italy and the colonizers, but they knew nothing about their own territory. So this is also a way of catching up with that. And I became particularly friends with these two characters here, these two shaman daughters, the daughters of the shamans of the Inga, who were super involved in their education programs. They have started themselves an Inga high school that they have run now for 15 years because they felt it was so important to be taught by their own people rather than the missionaries. And so they also play an important role in co-creating this university. I mean, education on a high school, on a superior level. And of course, we brought a lot of Inga also to some of the sites we thought could be appropriate for a location of a first pavilion. That could be like a welcome center or a place where they could have larger meetings around the university or the creation of the university. And after a year abroad also, I entered a collaboration with ETH in Zurich, the architecture department, who drew a lot of plans and kind of schemes to understand their knowledge system. And we did a massive field trip together with the Inga students or future Inga students here in the territory. And here, yeah, so I think this is some of the images I brought you from the Indigenous University called, I mean, after about a couple of years of organizing a lot of things and kickoff meetings and so on, I also started to think, what could I bring in as an artist into this project? How could I make art productive for their intention of creating this university? And creating this video archive for them was one. And I also edited that into a synchronized double installation, mostly based on the interviews with them. And we showed this in a couple of places, at the Istanbul Biennial and the Venice Biennial for Architecture last year. So that actually turned into quite a nice project, although in the beginning I just thought that was a service to them. But I also decided to pursue my own research that had a lot to do with the intelligence in nature and the ayahuasca culture that these indigenous people in the Amazons practice, and that particular relationship to the intelligence of the plant and their role in, holding together the community and to make them protect the land also as a healthy ecology. And so, yeah, I created an art installation called Forest Mind that is also a book where I could roll out my entire research and the experience also of being among these people for a number of years. I mean, going back and forth, of course, I'd never lived there for long periods of time, but it was a very intense collaborative process. So maybe so much for my answer, or what would you like to?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ursula. I think we'll probably open it up to the questions. I just want to make a comment, maybe you can respond, that it seems that, like, very much I'm reminded of the Donna Haraway concept of thick presence, that we're always, in your work you can see that we're working really in a contemporary mixed condition where there's technology, there's like video. The indigenous people are using video and even mapping, which is in principle, colonial technology was used to kind of divide up the territories. And I guess that also kind of feedbacks into your own process. I'm wondering, have you made some observations about what the condition is there? What is knowledge? I mean, university itself is a kind of colonial institution, right? How does that all fit together in terms of commitment to solidarity? Or an adjacent question is, how is your presence, or now you said also the ETH architecture department is also there. Like, how is the presence of Europeans helping, or how do you manage that, you know, in the interactions with the people who are based there and are living there?
Yeah, I mean, they think of this project more like a pluriversity, and they call it like that biocultural pluriversity. They talk about it, but they choose the word university when they speak with Westerners because they know we understand this word, and they also know that although they have their own knowledge, they would always be also in dialogue with Western science wherever that is compatible with what they with what they aim at, you know, which is an ecological future, which is the respect for plants and ethnobotany and so on. I mean, there are many science areas where there is a lot of exchange possible and certainly welcome. And also they want to have their own, they want to have really a title, a license for university, which means that they will be able to study elsewhere after doing this university. So it's a bit of a mixed thing. It's not just reproducing ancestral knowledge, you know, and it's also creating possibilities for them, for the young people in the territory. And I mean, I think they were very scared that we came and wanted to build a university because that has been done in Ecuador, for instance. The state built a forest university in the Amazon, but a really state-run institution without asking too much the people around there what they thought of this thing now, of this kind of foreign body in their land. And they have learned from this. They have started to engage the environment a lot more, the communities who live there, and that has changed the program. This was a bit of a painful, slow process, but it's happening. Whereas here, I was working with Anne Lacaton for this, who is a very renowned architect in France, who has worked a lot in Africa and Algeria and Nigeria and Niger. And she said, no, we have no intention to build anything here. We just bring a lot of questions and ideas that will help you conceptualize what it is you want here. All these questions that should be taken into consideration. And I think that was really what was helpful and strengthened their own ideas of what they wanted. But there was never the plan to come and bring something like that. And in fact, their students keep coming to Europe also, to the ETH. They have a continued relationship there, and also to ZHGK, which is the Design and Art University in Zurich. So it opened up a lot of new venues for them to start to just be much more connected to other parts of the world.
Okay.
But of course, we are aware, I mean, they are stuck in this territory. The state wants to appropriate a lot of their land. I mean, all these problems continue to be, you know. But maybe I can show you just a few images of forest mind, or actually that's maybe not really what we want to talk here because your focus is more on activism. What do you think, Baruch?
Well, what do people in the, would you rather ask some questions, or you want to see some slides, or both? See some slides? I see, yep, people are happy to see a couple of slides, and maybe we'll have time for one more question.
Yeah, maybe you're just curious what I did as an artist with this. And the point was actually that I did a lot of research on DNA because there's a lot of new research done in neurobiology that helps us understand better what this shamanic practice of ayahuasca is. And really, I did a piece on the intelligence in nature and the role of the plant, the sacred plant of ayahuasca, in keeping these communities alive, so to speak. And I did enter the collaboration with ETH again, but the chemistry department of new materials, who did research along those lines, and yeah, the Trio Life. They also did some performances in their territory. And this is what actually the university project looks like in space. That's from an exhibition in Mexico City last summer. It's a double projection with a main video and then a smaller synchronized video on the floor that creates like a subtext to the other one, where people can actually engage in like that. Okay. So that's it. I'm going to stop sharing here now. Wonderful. I'm back. So let's have some questions, please. That would be lovely to hear from you now.
I see a question over there.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting. I spent some time in Lofoten in Norway a few years ago, and I would like to ask you, because I was very curious about your project, if an artist like you that works mainly with communities found in Lofoten, in the context of isolation, a more than human community also. Because that happened to me. I was there and I was isolated. It was in the how do you call it, the long days without night. It was in May, and I found like in totally solitude, and I found some familiarities or some connections with the animals and nature, and even with the cycles. And I wonder, no, I don't wonder, I'm curious to know more about your project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Actually, it was not so much. I haven't worked that much with communities per se. I'm not a community artist who would have an idea, go to a community and then say, let's do this together or something. I have come across indigenous lands, indigenous territories, and therefore also their cosmology, their way of thinking, because I got involved in ecological issues around the planet, because the only land left that are semi-intact and thriving are indigenous lands for the most part. And so I was invited to do a new project on the Atlantic, on some kind of celebration of the Mayflower, and I knew that I wanted to treat the Atlantic not like this surface for trading and communication, but actually for like a living three-dimensional entity, and because a lot of research that was done lately showed that submarine species were in fact not mute, as we have thought for centuries, out of lack of proper instruments to hear them, but very talkative, very communicative. So I wanted to start engaging in this phenomena that we think we can fish the Atlantic empty, we can fish it out, and just treat sea animals like a resource, when in fact these are communicating among themselves and with us. So it's a very poetic film. It's the only one that has no voiceover by me speaking theoretical things, but is is a poetry, a science fictional poetry, and a very kind of suggestive, charismatic figure that uses old ancestral knowledge of animal languages and the wind and the electricity in the air and so on, and very contemporary post-Cold War technology, because these hydrophones were in fact part of a Cold War defense system for submarines in the Atlantic since the 50s. And then were handed over to science in 1991. And so I tell a bit the story of this technology, as well as bringing in this inspirational figure.
So we got the military-industrial complex coming in. We have time for one more question. Anybody else have a comment, observation, concern for Ursula? No, I think we are getting ready for a break here, I think, as we've been going straight from 12 o'clock, or actually a little bit before 12.
Great. Yeah. Okay.
Actually, yeah. I mean, thank you so much, Ursula. The work is all very inspiring, and like maybe you can just say a few words about what you're doing next, or where is all this research going? What are you planning?
Well, one of the things I discovered in that Latin American context is that, particularly in Colombia, that that colonial conquest kind of was simultaneous to the rise of natural science, because it was actually thriving on this enormous amount of new species that were discovered in the Amazon, and also the knowledge about these species by the indigenous people. So our natural science is as much inspired by indigenous than it is our own cultural heritage, so to speak. And I want to continue working on that. The contribution of indigenous native nations in North and South America to Western modern society.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much. That unfortunately was a very exploitative relationship up till now, but hopefully we're gonna turn that around, right?
Well, thank you very much for having me. It was a real joy to be part of this program. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you, Ursula.
Take care.
Okay, well, now in the program, I don't usually do this, but it's connected. I will present my new book, which just came out like a couple of weeks ago, and it's very related to a lot of these themes, especially like what Ursula was saying about, or actually Isabel was mentioning. Isabel will also speak a little bit later today about the more than human experience. And let me see if I can get the book up on the screen just quickly. Yeah, there's the book. Okay, and then I'm going to introduce the rest of the day. So this is the book, and I have like a couple of copies here. I know that Daphne already reserved one, right, nicely. It's called The Most Human Condition, a treatise in ecofeminism in which it is demonstrated that ecology is communist and communism is ecological, and both are feminist, which is actually the fourth longest title ever to be registered by ISBN. And yeah, I mean, basically what I'm putting forward is that in order to address our concerns about climate change, environmental destruction, ocean acidification, but also like other topics related to technology, feminist concerns and general concerns about ethics in technology, AI, etc. there has been a tendency in like theory circles that to move away from anthropocentrism and try to understand like objects as themselves or animals as themselves and plants as themselves, and like move away from the anthropic position. And I maintain that, you know, even though that is a very useful enterprise and it gives us a lot of insights, actually, if we want to take political action and solidarize and organize in order to actually change the circumstances that we're concerned about, we need to deal with other humans. And we need to understand that a lot of our information that we get also about the environment, like about climate, I mean, climate information comes from satellites, right? How do we know the temperature is going up? I mean, it's measured, it's highly technological, and all those technologies have to be built. And if you look at how they are built, they come originally from the earth, from mining, and from people working, and from human conditions at the mine head, where the minerals come from to build a satellite or to build a computer. So actually, the problems are actually not post-human, they're really most human. And we have to kind of address what it means to be human. I mean, human is a very problem. This is why it took me 6 years to write the book, because like I actually realized like I don't even know what human means. Like, what are we talking about with human? And like human is a very problematic term because it's connected to humanism, and humanism is connected to justifying slavery and colonialism and imperialism. So, and also like a patriarchal project. So humanism is problematic, right? But we still kind of can't get away from this figure of the human, because like we actually only really understand the world through human experience and through other humans. And if we really want to understand nature, I mean, actually, we are avatars of nature. We have nature inside us. We have a whole ecosystem inside our bodies. And when we talk about nature, we're using metaphors which relate to human experience of nature. So we can't say that that's satisfactory. We're not really engaging with nature, what nature is. It's a problematic, and you know, if you want to use a sad old word, dialectical problem that we need to kind of grapple with, but we need to still deal with human, the figure of human. So I use like Sylvia Wynter's proposal of being human as a praxis, so that human is not a category, a fixed category that you say these people are human or these are not human, or you know, humanity begins or ends there. No, humanity is where we are, like when we're communicating, when we're meeting, when the fact that I can speak or you can speak, or we're coming from different backgrounds, but we can still share and we can still kind of have communication. That's amazing, and that's human. Like the human is in the doing, it's in the praxis. And what we need to, you know, kind of, according to Sylvia Wynter, we need to have better conditions where we're all kind of equally able to elaborate our humaning thing. So that's what the book is about. It's also very multidisciplinary. I'm actually also an artist, and like I think I came to theory and everything very late in my life, so I'm not very good as a philosopher or a theorist. So it approaches this problem from various angles, and I just wanted to introduce this to you. And if you want to know more, then maybe we can speak at the break or during the day. Okay, good. So now I'm going to introduce the rest of the day, and then we'll take a short break, and we can, because now is where the chaos really starts. From 3 to 5, we have a lot of simultaneous events going on. So Ursula, one of Ursula's videos and 5 other videos will be screened here in the auditorium. So we're starting at 3, we're going to have like a screening program in here for people who like to screen or see the screen. And of course, lunch is also kind of ready in the alphabetum, so at any time you can get some soup or some snacks over there. That's also included. Filsan Omar Osman is doing a workshop up in the education room starting at 3. It's a very activist, workshop, which is titled, let me see if I have it here, yes, Ecofeminism in Action, Exploring Gender, Environment, and Justice. So You can tell it's a very politically engaged, and Philzan is an amazing decolonial, anti-colonial thinker and activist, and just brilliant. Also considering other ways of understanding Black geographies she wants to also present as an idea. So she wants to do quite an intensive workshop. But for those of you who are really like politically oriented, I strongly recommend you go up to the education room starting at 3. What else do we have? We have 2 performances, durational performances, one in the Silver Room near the reception. Just ask for the Silver Room. That's Yvette Tuin's performance. We have Maya's performance in the Alphabetum, which is a durational performance. In both of those cases, you can sit and watch them or not, pass by as you like. They're kind of durational. They're kind of sculptural. So experience them as embodied practice. Both of those 2 people are members of the Ecobody Collective here in The Hague, and they were also at the Ecofeminist summer school here in the summer. Anna Andreev is also here, and she will be doing a mapping exercise starting at 3:30 in the garden. So you can join Anna Andreev there. And then we have Carolina and Irene, who will be doing their performance. Wait, it's not a performance, participative activity in the Alphabetum. That starts at 4:30. So it's going to be, if you're getting lost, then just ask for help from somebody, and maybe you have the schedule also in your hands. So enjoy. I'll be around. Come talk to me. Come talk to Maria-José or Akeem, or talk to each other, network. And I'll see you back here at 5 when we start the next kind of more frontal program with Womin from South Africa. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hope you've had a lovely 2 hours of various activities. Any complaints? Problems to report? Questions? I hope you're as excited as I am to to start. Okay, so Eliana is a little bit late, but we have Margaret Apondera from Womin Collective, which was already, can you hear me, everybody? And Margaret, can you hear me? Everything's okay? Wonderful. So Womin was already shouted out earlier today by Ruth Nyambura of the African Ecofeminists Collective. And so now we will have 2 representatives of Women a little bit later, but now we have Margaret to represent both of them. Hello, Margaret. Welcome to The Hague. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
So, but we're gonna mainly like screen your video first, and then we're gonna have a little Q&A about the video, right?
Okay.
Do you want to just introduce maybe yourself quickly and what Woman is doing, and then we'll go into the video?
Sure. Hi, everyone. You can let me know if you can't hear me clearly. I'm Maggie. I work for Women African Alliance. We are a Pan-African eco-feminist alliance, and we work in 17 countries across the continent to support African women and their communities in resistance against extractivism in its different forms. And yeah, in building women's power, women's voice and visibility, and to really show the violence of this extractivist so-called development model, and also propose alternatives and different ways of building a world that works for all of us. And you're about to see Women Hold Up the Sky, which is a film that profiles the struggle that's taking place across the continent and around the world, but we focus on 3 different parts of Africa. So Africa, Uganda, and the DRC. So yeah, looking forward to talking about it with you all. Thank you.
Did you have to do with the filmmaking? Were you involved?
Yeah, I was involved in parts of the filmmaking, particularly, yeah, some of the sections, not all of it.
Okay, great. Well, I think we can go straight into the film, if that's good with you. And we'll see you in about half an hour when the film is done. Thanks a lot. Okay.
Many other life forms. Nowhere this be seen more clearly than in resource-rich Africa, where the costs are too often carried by working class and peasant women. What makes things far worse for women is the system of male power. Patriarchy has ensured that women have few land rights and little or no voice in decision-making. Women are also vulnerable to violence. In this film, we travel to Uganda, the Democratic Republic, and South Africa, and see how women, despite deep oppression, are organizing against corporations and the powerful that are destroying not only their local communities, where the harm can most be seen, but ultimately the fuel of humanity crisis.
The exploitation of the Earth's natural resources, name of development, and for the benefit of a few, threatens humanity and many other life forms. Nowhere can this be seen more clearly than in resource-rich Africa, where the costs are too often carried by working class and peasant women.
Across Uganda's
What makes things far worse for women is the system of male
land that for
power.
centuries has been really owned is now being sold to big oil industries. People are being forced off their land by speculators and land grabbers.
Mulingo tukaba 25 mu kwezi kwa munana saa 12 tukaba tukiala munju tukialyamili twauraga maruru nemundu nizitwaza baika
busawo kintu kyona ekitwasigaize ebintu ebiri munju baikagani usanga munju ni wabichumika omuro nenju yona neya busawo kintu kyona ekitwayihamuga ntuiruka n'orugoyo tukasigaiza mubiri.
In 2014, the people of Ramutonga village were forced from their land so that a US company, McAllister Energy Resources, could construct an oil waste management plant. The deal was done by two Ugandan businessmen planning to lease the land to the American company without consulting the villagers.
Sasa wakati tunasikia ati au napiga sisi tunachukua report kwa High Court Masinde. Wakati si bado samba kesi hiyo mara moja au nakuja piga sisi kwa kasi tunatoka wadongo hii kwa yetu, lakini mapu ndio hao wanakuja kupiga sisi kwa mapu.
In a violent raid that took place just before dawn, more than 300 families were forced from their communal land. Police delivered the eviction order to each household, which stated that any structures on the land should be demolished, and then left court bailiffs to drive the families from their homes.
Kurugasa 12 za Nyankiakana mpaka 12 za Rwebagi obulemu nibwa masase negashulera hati ito twairuka mwaneiba eruguru hali twaraire hati bo barugakula abasajja batayiba baija bajja kumusera wakasanga ali mu kisaka mbuzi lefwa atakiarura wena zimbe bamuteire bajja bamukomayo yaika yagamba owaikira bamutera nibateratera gazi mulingo bamulekera gwire akawatakia amanya mulingo bagenzera tabatakumanya byona nkurura byona biramutwe rwange abukoba wira bukukia akwikalira mulingo ngenzere ruguru wati musangira limuka wira kukia taina aragenda akwikaraho muka nkomwana owiro obwo twairuka twalekelera abanda abanibara itarabanda bahandirwa abakazi
hati awa nakamata bumi moja jina yake ati mugure akata masumbuana chukua yeye kwa daktari hadi anakufa hata saa hii tunazika yeye kwa kama.
A kind neighbor allowed the displaced families to build shelters on his land, but the camp was far from schools and medical facilities, with no farmlands or sanitation.
Abana baitu bahika kubonabona muno nga nyomugozi nyina abana 8 kyonka kanyina abana bali musiniya ya kabiri babiri abana bakandemera abana bakarekaho kusoma
tubaire tubonabona mulingo kakure mbonabona yenkantu kurugo bwiro buno ikakyalo tukyabonabona kulya utaina mere tene kindi tugenda muleja nogenda saa 12 na kila saa 12 tugule mere tuliyo bwiro abana abandi banogenda omusiri ogaruka bwiro bwingwiro mwana asikiro musije inyuma nosanga abana abandi bafire ebitulo tubirekere biro mukantu.
In December 2016, the High Court in Masindi declared that the eviction was unlawful and the community was able to return to their land.
Kuba kusika omulingo tebaintu bonamutaina okulima otuwaulie tukalko mwitaka tutandike kulima tuwaula tusemereiro.
One of the businessmen who colluded with a US company continues to contest who owns the land, and the threat of eviction is ever present. The community's land suit is still pending at the Commission on Land Inquiry.
Ati nkomgago wako wanaenda itaka ito tuina abaloya baitu tuina na ekitongole kikutuirwanira ogabe bw'abantu bakwija nibarora baloya nibarora ekitongole kikurwanira ogabe bw'abantu nibarora akakomite kakataka nibaikiraniza hatari kuja na ifujo ngo baije batutere mutera tubinge mutaka.
Kwa katikati ya watu hapa mimi iko sasa mkuu ya wabibi kwa komiti memba mimi wa komiti katikati ya wataka. Sasa kitu tunafanya tunakaa na watu na kufundisha zaidi wa bibi, tunakaa na hawa tunafundisha hawa, tunakaa na roho ngumu. Tukaa na roho ngumu namna tunarudi naye kwa dongo hii. Hakuna mtu mwenye atakuja kuvunja sheria yetu wa bibi hapa. Kama hawa nakuja kufukuza sisi mara nyingine. Sisi tutakufa hapa kwa dongo hii. Tutakufa paka hawa takumaliza sisi yote wataka kama tunakufa yote ndio mzuri.
In Uganda, women make up 76% of the workforce producing food for domestic consumption.
abakyala abatwina hano bulisa batungiremu obulemezi habukuba muko bikirira okutunda itaka mukyala bulisa tagira itaka omusiro lwa lwa musiro gwo nyabuzi ebyo kwa beereza ko mahitaka lyange obala busasuire utena okantu
Kakendo Orphans Care uses plays to help women better navigate the challenges they face in their communities.
Hanyuma y'okuziyayo musajja narora sente zizire nyingi
iworedo mukazi ikaire nayo okuzire tokyasoka kurungi nasirayo mugonze bondi naswera nawo ne barugawo ne bagenda handi nabali otakumanya noyesango no mukyara n'abaana basigaire awo mubabona
kana nomukyara abetegereze nabe nanyo hanu inakora kino nanyo hanu yakora kino hanu seta ziri kumigiriza nomusajja yeke mwekindi sente baje kubihamu esente ezi za family yona izo wonne dipwe zero
11 women have brought legal action against Tullow Oil.
Aba mafuta bakatalibanira bakatalibaniza byokulya byaitu bino byokulya byaitu bakabitalibaniza baita barabyamu tractor barabyamu agureda wabo ebiwaya byabo barabyagamu n'ebimotoka byabo hati bayizire kusasura nyonkaro na sente zibalesere zitali nizo ebintu bindi batalesere nibyo nyona yanga kukwata sente unagenzera kubagambira isobero bagamba kuti babiro nyongera kugenda nagenda mukoti nabanyegera omusango kuruka 2011 kutayo mukoto okwo tigugira rugero kulinka ukamutyo kurwana nejojo kuba enjojo yonkoto we kusangiriza hano iwe nkoko kali ekuse kuruba tahone.
In the Kabale region, the government offered people the choice of resettlement or compensation to make way for the construction of an oil refinery.
y'abarifande kwisha bakabatina tensirizamu batubuza ngo itakalimo kwa itongota hati kitwa abantu batashobera ho twabakaba batina batwereza hanyuma kumarira bateza ubusente buce
Gavumenti ekija yatukwata hitaka yaritwara enguudo ziri kurabamo zishaba mita izo zirinda cyonka zongerayo ruguru zihamunonga era pipeline nayo ekija nayo irabamo kabati usigaza kakantu kandi barakugira ngo hano torahingaho ekirabasa kuturika usigara aho naye ni hano hatoshoberwa icyo gukora
titwine naho kugira ngo ati na next year bitwenda kuba mu bantu abayenda kurumwenja habo kuba tutahinga ibintu byo kutuyamba eno gaitwa turahinga ebicyoli twateke mu mwita.
With the oil development and influx of people has come securitization and enforced curfews. Here, a school that was shut down when people were displaced has been taken over by government soldiers for their offices and barracks. For those who opted for resettlement, the government promised new homes, health centers, schools, roads, and clean water. They have not delivered. After 6 years, only 46 of the 75 families have homes, and these are far from farmland.
Hati bahizira abantu abandi bahiza bine nkoko zigwe inkoko zetu za Verokin na amaduke tugana kumukuru atigine makantu tigine amasanyarazi titwine muningo bwana bakawaya linga batu bateka amasanyarazi tukikane kutalibana na abana ni bakwarabona kuba bakujya kubi titwine usingi kandi ubwo musana kuba ni kujya tukufuna maizi gona tukurare njara hati nkabire bune taka yange mutarimo na maizi
ekishasha kushayo nikureba ngo government iziye yatuletera enkurakurana kyonka twagire kwetegeza ngu yo government eri kutukozesa enkurakurana yayo amafuta yagamba titukagalebagaho kandi tuteja kugarebaho niyo government niyerenda kutunga amafuta ago.
In 1972, the government of the Democratic Republic of the Congo began constructing Inga 1, the first dam of the Grand Inga hydroelectric project. In 1982, they began Inga 2. In the Bunti Valley, in the western part of the DRC, communities displaced by the dams still live in darkness decades later. Now a new set of large dams is proposed, starting with Inga 3.
Inga 2, premier barrage, deuxième barrage. Bakuna kadeto. Ke baketu bila deto bakien. Banda bakien ina batu bila kadeto ya. Mena na kuluwa kubera tena tuba troisième barrage batunga. Beto mwa to zona deto yikele ve. To zona ve. Ya kutuba sikana gouvernement. Yani kuandaka na mbaksuna na lusolo et puis beto. Kana betu kuandaka mungu mfuana place ya gouvernement. Na muni ya keke ya kumanga projet ya Inga 3 parce que la façon ya kufanya soin ya bato mungu na peya mungu.
Bana wametunga la première phase bambula meshanzeke mtoto ke pesa dia kama dia ave maza pe ya imbi kwa ntoke kumwaka mwaito vana maza bien ikelefe ale nani mwaito vana na madia dia ka mingi ikelefe babibulu mezimba la kana bilama bakala mungu ke chasser mais ale vana mwa ke kwa na bilama tibulu ke mon kadia kafe peshi pe bamizi mezimba naka
tango ba kaka beto tifa pinile sala ya fioti kwake me nigemona nguba basaki madezo yake nguta façon ka mankondo yale yoke ngeke kwenda yankaka tena kubola kwenda kafina
comme lokola malaria makolo rhumatisme oba bengi rhumatisme ekomi ebele kotala na mwana muke azoloba makolo pasi mukongo naba marangwe oba bengi binkofia marangwe ezomemela biso maladi ya kokufa misu baaveugle bakomi ebele bamosusu kutu babimi mboka oyo mpona maladi ya aveugle ale mutete ezopesa biso maladi du sommeil me na kala mpo omona moto azobela maladi wana ezalaki pasi
kaka beto batu bilaka bakotila beto courant nzila hôpital baekole emoye bakokisa bamambo ina ikelefe epuis titoke awa courant kelefe développement beto totosala beto fe développement ngo ina nini parce que na beto moye tomona beto ba développement ngo ikelefe.
The dam sites are highly militarized, as the film crew discovered when they were followed and harassed by security personnel and prevented from filming the dams. Having paid the price for Inga 1 and 2, the communities still do not benefit from the energy they generate.
Beto bama beto ndenge monaka pasi. Samu nini ke? Toge la na bakuni, kura keleve, toge salaka makala. Bayakaka pe bakeko kubaka pe mbongo makala. Bakeko obligatoire mwana sosa kaka bakuni mejifwa.
Betoke pedisaka bamwinda ina mwinda petrole manzanza bougie samuna moyeba pesa beto courant ikelefe bake pesa beto courant be samuna nini ntima imbi.
At Camp Kinshasa, now home to many of the families and former workers displaced by Inga 1 and 2, the electricity supply has become so unreliable that fish rot in the freezers.
Anakaja kaji sasa kitombe na kitombe courant lumière ya fiote babetulaka beto ba transport ya fiote moya pesa éclairage pesa mingi ikelefe courant mo kuma kane kaka ba photo kwani na injo revo anda kwani kesa ro nikima bele la tambusa ni resho Même pour la même congélateur, bah niveau bah côté la libre, il est congélateur même frigo que tango ça fait que ça la fait.
As fish traders who freeze and sell their catches from the river, the lack of power severely impacts women's livelihoods.
Ngelenda vuana kuwangu lokola ekele muzoteka tansona mu muzoteka sikamu babima ne skuina ya kena kubenda badina kena mbongo kena kuta na su melere ya ibeto ya kele fe moye pe ba mambo ngo salema ikele ve parce que courant kele ve parce kele fe.
Women's need for energy echoes the injustices around power production and supply that occurs at a continental level in Africa, where power lines pass overhead and villages remain in the dark. In spite of the World Bank withdrawing financing in 2016, in 2018, the government announced the project would be going ahead with a consortium of Chinese and European developers and a recommitment from South Africa to purchase the power. The National Electricity Company, SNEL, will sell the majority of power from Inga 3 to South Africa's energy parastatal, Eskom, and will mainly benefit corporates and the DRC's Katanga mines, with the rest going to the capital, Kinshasa, and surrounds. The new revised plan will see Inga 3's power output increase from 4,800 to 11,000 megawatts, with South Africa showing interest in purchasing additional power.
Inga de. Beto baka benefits beto mona diangu fe amalunga ina yake na kusana. Diangu mosi fe, kima mosi fe, ni ba panga te ba ya andrua, ba tala ba drua ya ba kima mosi fe. Surtout snel. Ba kongo ta monu snel vraiment, ane tu ba place ya l'État. Donc na l'État na ba nous ba pani kana kulutu na lega na iki foaso barrage ngo ya ba mosi. Ba umeza ba entre na sorti ya mbongo hii tifeme ore ke bwala tena barrage ya nene kena kutinda kuona baiti ya banzenza kuna kana kuenda kura mosi ya bien que stable mais beto mosi kana kati ya izini kana bwala ina kana kubimi na kura beto kana kura ke stable fe moyen l'État tala mambo ya ba communauté ina ya batu na ke kuna ni bongi sababu ikele fe yao na kitombe ina tena beto kuna na yenga kuna.
The Bundi Valley communities want to be part of an energy system that grants access to all Congolese and safeguards their lands, livelihoods, and way of life. Until this happens, they will continue to resist.
Iloko tostali la ka lutter contre projet tostala ka to se groupa ka to sali ensemblement to fandi place moko to yoka ke na energie pozwa courant basala ka courant mingi na mupepe pe na soleil na biso o bakosala la biso te ba panneau solaire po ebebisa na biso mabele te bakosala la biso pe mupepe te po ebebisa na biso bamai te.
Mais le gouvernement qui soit sauvé, on a coulé la mesure couverte, mettre communauté dans la population, mettre tout va. Non, projet, quoi? Mettre tout café. Mettre même
In South Africa, the women of Fuleni in KwaZulu-Natal have played a leading role in successfully defending their land and way of life from 2 attempts to mine coal. In 2016, they won their fight against Iputo coal. And in 2018, they stopped a new mining company, Imvukuzane Resources, from obtaining a license to prospect. In nearby Somkele, a company called Tendele Mining started open cast coal mining in 2007.
Mai isifikile imayini ngenxa yokuthi yayisithembise ukuthi abantwana bethu bazosebenza bazotrain abantwana sakujabulela ungena kwemayini ithe isingenile hayi zashintsha izinto kwanzima ngoba ungena kwemayini akubanga nje ngoba babe kade besithembisile ekuqaleni.
Kuyangigulisa. Kungigulisa kakhulu enhlizweni ngoba phela ngiyangitshela ukuthi ngizosebenza. Manje nangiye ngibona omunye umuntu egqoke i-information emayini kungisiphathe kabuhlungu.
Bavele bangena nje baxhumana nobukhosi khona-ke ubukhosi bakithi la kwaMpukunyoni baxhumana nobukhosi base besebenzisana nobukhosi nje.
The Tendele mine relocated the community to nearby land. Each household received a small sum of money from which they had to pay transport for their relocation and build new homes. Preparing for the further defense of their land, women from Fuleni visit Somkelo on a fact-finding mission to see for themselves how the arrival of the mine would impact their lives.
Lokubona nje kukhanya ngaphandle uze kuyoshaya phansi lokhu khona nje indlu yonke nje lokhu khona nje udonga lolu mase lidubula uyanyakaza.
Sekwenzeke kanje ukhona nomzamo wawuzama mhlambe wabhekisa emayini ukuyocomplaina ngomuzi wakho ukuthi uyaqhuma
bathi bazoza nomshini wa kodwa ngesikhathi bedubula akwenzekanga njengoba besuke bedubula bengekho. Hawu basuke beshaya amadwala amatshe laba washaya. Yebo. Bathe bejika bathi ke akiyimayini esidabulela izindlu zethu. Basichitha nje ukusichitha kanjalo. Kutshene wemama. Thina imayini asifisi lokusibona nje lolu khaya.
Kanjani nje amanzi enophuzayo.
Hey amanzi ayinkinga. Yayibona idust. Ngaphakathi ke kunjani esifubeni. Ngaphakathi kunjani. Ubuhlungu esibuzwayo.
Relocating the Somkelo community to make way for the mine has also meant moving their family graves, and families have not been fully compensated.
Sithele sasixoxisana nabo.
Bangababuhlungu kakhulu ngoba imigodi yakhona ayijabulisi imfishane ayimfishane kakhulu. Abahamba khona nje ngoba mina ngiyasaba ukuya lapho ongcwatshwa khona abazali bami. Ngiye bethi ke bebone impahla kwamanye amathuna ivela.
Sithele sasixoxisana nabo sathi no. Amathuna lapha amalimi izulu ayaguguleka ngithi ngiyibona ndawo ithele. Base-ke beqasha inkampani ekhona emphakathini yazokufaka kanjena-ke la matshe yathi imayini ayisenayo imali ngakho kanisakhona ukuqhubeka ingakafiki le khampani le efakele zile
In 2015, Tendele Mining sold a 20% stake in operations at Somkele to local employees and community leaders. The 350 million rand empowerment deal is led by a committee of businesses connected to the mine, traditional leaders, and the local mayor. Yet, the Somkelo community has not seen any of this money and has never been compensated for the farmlands they lost.
Bathi ena yonke into bona bayenza nobukhosi. Uma sithi siye ebukhosini siyocomplaina khona inkosi sitshela ukuthi thina sinandawo thina indawo ngeyayo. Akulona iqiniso lelo. Umuntu uma efika endaweni uyabekwa akhiphe zonke imfanelo akalela indawo yakhe ukuthi uzohamba la ugcinela. It means leyo ndawo leyo sekungeyakho.
Sawubona.
Hey kwaSomkele. Ngibona ubunzima obuyisimangaliso. Sabuya sathi akukho nokukodwa esingathi kuhle ngemayini.
Njengamanje imayini ilapha. Kodwa manje izosondela la ezansi, lana nje duze ezansi kwalomuzi nje. La emhosheni.
Ngase ngibaqwashisa ke mina ngithi yebo mama. Ningalokothi nivume imayini ngoba imayini the time ifika kunina the first time ifike ithembiso ezinhle yenzela ukuthi nenze njani nivume. Emva kwalokho ngeke kusenzeka njengoba ibishilo. Ngabaqwashisa ngathi even ngisho inkosi uqobo
ningayivumeli hambani nenkosini niyothi nje sifune mayini la
ukuthi siyasithola ukuthi inkosi ithi ayikwazi ukukhuluma nathi singomama kanti thina siyini uthi thina silutho awuphatha kabuhlungu wangiphatha kabi ila sathina sesibona ukuthi sicindezelwa ngemayini inkosi yethu yasicindezela.
The women organized a water assembly.
Siye safike sathola laphana ukuthi imiphakathi yalaphana ayinawo amanzi lapha bakha khona kukho safety. Abantu besifazane bayadlwengula, abantu besifazane bayabulawa.
Imali yenzenja yaba lokho imali nithi awu mama uthi baba thanda ukuthuka ingane zingekho lezifundile lo okay nje ngimbe nomama okay masizakuza 10,000 walo awumntana awulunge ngeke ngiletha imali iyaqala yaphi ingane wa mama awukathi usayina ba
At the time of filming, the Umfolozi River, which is the main source of water for people and livestock, had almost dried up. The mine blocked access to the river, and police arrested people breaching the mine fence to collect water. In the midst of an acute drought, the mine used scarce water resources to wash its coal in preparation for export.
Uthi noma unisele ubona isithombo sakho sigubhuzela sikhula siya phezulu siphiqise siyahlukumezeka nasengadini zethu siyahlukumezeka njengoba kugcwala ilahle emntanami konke lokho othi uyakulima kuvele nje kumbathi ilahle idustana ugcine isithombo sakho sithothoba
lana utshana akukho kwayihlahla manje nje imfuyo nje impela kunoma iyande iya iphelile
inkomo zidlala idasta egcwele la nathi esibulalayo njengoba sisakwehlela nje.
Fast forward to 2019, the women activists of Somkhele stand with their community organizations as they fight the mining ministry's approval of a 30-year mining right. The community argues that the mine has failed to meet basic environmental requirements. And the women of Fuleni remain defiant. They will not back down.
Ngabe baqonde nje ukuthi sife ngoba akekho umuntu ongahlala emhlabeni oguge njengalo. Umhlaba uligugu malina ubahlaza kube khona ithelo. Akukho into engaphinda lapha yana ibe yinhle.
The long droughts in southern and East Africa over the last decade, and the early 2019 cyclones which have killed many hundreds of people, are just a few of the signs of the ecological crisis. And it is women who carry this cost too. But there is hope. As African women and their communities resist mining, fossil fuels and mega hydro, they are defending the rich ecosystems and biodiversity upon which human survival rests. They are protecting the planet from its imminent destruction by empires of greed and profit. In their daily practice of growing food, reproducing indigenous seed, and caretaking forests and water bodies, they model a way of living which humanity must follow if we and the planet are to survive in the decades to come. African peasant and working class women live our best hope for the future of all humanity, holding up the sky for us all.
Okay, are we back with the Zoom? There's Margaret, I see, and there is Eliana. So, yeah, I guess people have a lot of curiosity about this project and about your work. Maybe to begin, you can give us an update on what happened with Fuleni and the women's resistance there. And yeah, I mean, you see, there's so many things that are arising, but one of the things is that it's not just anti-extractivism, but it's the way that people do not benefit from the extractivist projects, which are also largely funded by the West, right? They're kind of structural projects which are funded by a European or American, and in the end, they benefit. They don't benefit the local people. So the extractivism and it's also not just extraction from the land, but it's extraction from women and from their reproductive potential, their socially reproductive potential. Maybe you can just lead in with an update from Fuleni and yeah, where you position yourselves.
Thanks. So the case of Fuleni and Somkele is one that's really been fraught with violence, even beyond the film. I think the footage and most of the interviews for this were done in around 2016, early 2017. And since then, the case is still ongoing. It's had a number of ups and downs. In 2020, one of the prominent activists, her name was Mamfikile Changase, was actually assassinated for her activism. She's not one of the speakers in the film, but she appears in some of the group shots. She was assassinated, and her murderers have not been brought to justice. In 2022, I believe, the community did win a stay on the mining activities, and the Tendele mine was ordered to redo the environmental impact assessment and to that was a result of obviously legal advocacy, but also this powerful organizing that you see in the film, represented by the women in the film. And so the mine had to do another assessment, and this time at least make a show of engaging with the community and listening to community concerns.
Great. I think, I'm not sure if we lost you for the moment. Eliana, are you there? Are you both gone or are we gone?
Hello.
Hello.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. I don't see you though.
Okay, but I'm here.
Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah, I see you
Yeah,
now.
just want to say that as my colleague Maggie was saying, challenging these corporations and the powers at play is not easy, but these women are still in the struggle. So these communities are still in the struggle. We can't say that they have been successful, but also we can't say they have lost the battle. They are still fighting for their rights. They are still fighting for the land, for their communities. So I think it speaks to the power of African feminists. Yeah, just really wanted to say that. I can't really say like, oh, we have been successful. There have been some gains. There have been
we're losing the
Suffered
connection.
a lot of intimidation and violence, but they are still in the struggle. They are still fighting. Thank you.
Thank you, Eliana. One question, sorry, we're having some technical issues also with the connection, but I hope you'll bear with me and everybody here. I hope you'll bear with us. Can you hear me? Eliana? Yes.
Hello,
Okay.
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I was curious about like if you can explain more about activist practice for you and how you interface with like grassroots movements. You mentioned feminism. I don't know if the women like in the grassroots movements identify as feminist, or how does feminism factor into that for you, or what do you observe? Yeah, working across these different levels of activism, from like NGO level to grassroots.
Thank you. So we, as an organization, as women, we identify as an ecofeminist Pan-African organization. And we partner with grassroots movements, with collectives of communities coming together to resist extractivism. And where our values intersect, that is where we work. So not to say that everyone we work with claims feminist as a point of view, but they definitely share the same values in terms of being anti-capitalist, in being anti-extractivist, in being anti-patriarchal, in claiming their land, in building women's power. And so they might not use that denomination to say, oh, we are feminists, but in the ways that they've been working and in the ways they are organizing and resisting extractivism, they are in fact feminists. I think that for most of us, our feminist references might be their life challenges and the way that they have made choices for themselves and for their families. I think that they are feminists. And so we as women, as an organization, as an NGO, we come to an understanding where we don't want to force labels. We don't want to claim that everyone is a feminist or should be a feminist. But if we share the same values of building women's power, being anti-capitalism, challenging the establishment and the powers at play, then yes, we can work from a feminist framework.
Thank you. Do people have questions in the room? Comments? Something you're curious about? One of the important objectives of this symposium is to try to figure out how to more effectively do global south, global north, or global north, global south, since we're in the global north, and we are also committed, and we understand that the success of women's movements in the global south empowers us all. And how can we better act in solidarity or generate solidarity with initiatives in the global south, like yours. Ruth Nyambura said that the best thing we can do is to attack our own governments here, who are perpetuating a kind of colonialist model whereby, development projects are disadvantaging women in the global south. Do you have any response to that?
Thank you. That's a very interesting question. I don't know if it's my place to say what people in the global north should or should not do. I think that, and especially now more than ever, when we see the rising of conservative discourse and the rise, I think people must rise up and resist. In whichever way they can, they shouldn't allow these governments to dictate how we should live and the type of world we want to envision and live for generations to come. So I think it is important for us to challenge It is important for us to be informed. It is important to us to show solidarity and to stand with each other. But above all, in the power that we have that sometimes rests in elections, it rests in, in building our own collectives, in watching these films and making sure that other people see these films as well. I think there is something that very special about it. But I can't really sit and say the global north should do A, B, and C. I believe that everyone has a conscience and has the autonomy and the agency to decide for themselves. But I definitely think that there is a responsibility and accountability that citizens from global north countries who largely benefit from these projects should exercise. Yeah. I don't know if Maggie wants to add something to this, but that's my perspective.
Yeah, I think Ileana has covered it well. I'm going to keep my camera off because of my poor connection. Please forgive me. Yeah, I think what we, even as women, as a regional organization, and what our allies in the global north can be doing is really thinking about what you are best placed to do, based on where you are positioned in the world. And I think if there are ways in which you can challenge or connect to organizations that are challenging some of these corporations and other sort of people and organizations that are implicated in this global capitalist system of extractivism, then I think that is that is, an important part of solidarity. But I think, as Eliana said, watching films like this and really creating platforms for the voices from the global south to be heard and for these struggles to be seen is really important, because, even as women, it's not our place to speak on behalf of people. The women you saw in the film, they understand, they have the most cogent, sharp analysis of what is taking place in their communities. And it's those voices that need to be put front and center if we're ever to achieve anything like justice, environmental justice, climate justice. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. We have any questions or comments from the room? Okay, well, maybe I'll do some more extractivism from you, extract one more answer if you don't mind. I guess I'm curious about like the injustice that you're speaking of, environmental injustice, and the way it's manifested so acutely in Africa is so systemic, and I'm wondering like how you see how does women act to to address this injustice at scale, right? Like, are you coordinating the efforts of several? Are you networking the efforts of several grassroots movements and the efforts of other like-minded organizations, or how can, because like a systemic addressing systemic injustice takes a lot of power and a lot of people, a lot of mass movement. So I'm wondering, is that part of your work, or how do you see that woman contributes to addressing systemic injustice in that way?
Thank you so much for this question. So I think we are not arrogant to say that we are the ones addressing systemic powers, because we do not play on that level. We do not have the same resources. We do not have the same capacity to challenge on that level. But yes, we are an alliance. So we work with a network of partners, as well as allies and friends in convergent spaces, in campaigns, in bringing more voices together. So for instance, one of our strongest space is a Women's Climate Assembly, where we bring women from West and Central Africa to discuss climate justice and uplift their demands ahead of COP. So this is just an example of the type of spaces that we are creating to really bring movements together, bring African women together from an ecofeminist perspective, and try to challenge some of the decisions being made by governments, by IFIs, by bigger players in the global atmosphere. However, I can't say that we are the ones challenging the system. I think it's us. I think there's beautiful movements in Southern America, the same job, but then when you incorporate this and you connect this to other people's work as well, it becomes bigger. So it's almost like when you see, you know, the small ants carrying a grain of sugar, it might look small, but they are doing a small portion of work that in the end will result in this amazing structure made of millions of grains of sugar, right? So this is kind of like how we see our work. We do important work that is necessary, and it takes a lot of time. So we have, as women, we have existed. We are now celebrating our 12th year of existence, if I'm not mistaken. And we can celebrate certain things, but we can still say there's a long, long, long way to go. So yeah, this is part of the work that we are doing, but we don't do it alone. And we certainly don't think that we are the only ones doing this work. Yeah, thank you.
I don't know if you could hear the applause at the in the audience. Okay, great. I mean, I have one last question for you, Eliana, because we're in an arts institution. I know you are also a writer. Can you speak a little bit about you? Does your, I mean, we just saw a video. I mean, how does this media making and publishing and writing, does this fit into your activism as well?
Oh, thank you so much for this question. Also, I must add, Maggie is also a writer. I think we have a lot of artists and art-interested people has been very inspiring to me and to my craft. And it has definitely shaped a lot of my views and a lot of the things that I end up writing. If you go to the women's blog, you'll find some of my writings and some of other people's writings as well. As staff members, we all try to contribute. I think a very important piece of our activism is also shifting narratives and bringing African voices to the forefront. And we definitely try to do that in our blog, in our videos. So I invite all of you to go and explore our website, explore our YouTube channel. You'll find a lot of resources designed and written by us, so by African feminists who are, you know, bringing progressive thought to the forefront. Maggie, do you want to speak a bit more about like how we are using communications and different tools for our work?
Thank you, Eliana, and thank you for the question. I think you've covered it really well. I think there is always something very radical about
I'm very curious, what was radical? Oh,
I believe Maggie is experiencing connection
yeah.
challenges, unfortunately. But as I was saying, I invite everyone to explore some of our online presence. You'll find beautiful writing, not just by me, but by other African feminists as well.
Okay, I think we'll we'll leave it there with a great thank you to both you and Maggie. I'm sorry we had the communication problems. And yeah, we should see what we can do to improve that. Thank you very much for both of you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we're going to have a three-person panel, short presentations, one by Isabel Carvalho from Portugal, who's traveled here from Portugal, who's going to present her project in a former uranium mine adjacent community. It's also a kind of a theater project or a kind of it's a large social project there. We have Muya Yilmaz. I don't know if Muya is there. Oh, she's there in the back. You'll be reporting a bit about your own grassroots activism and also the activism of Turkish women protesting also a similar situation, extractivist project in Turkey. And we have Filzan, I think, who is probably going to come from upstairs, who will speak about Black ecology and Black geography and her activist practice in Belgium, in Ghent. And then we'll have some discussion together. And then after that, at 7 o'clock, we have a bit of a change. We have, because Los Angeles, we're handing over to Los Angeles. We're following the sun around the earth, and Los Angeles is waking up now. And they will take over the stream. And they were able to get Silvia Federici, who's a very famous feminist and ecofeminist thinker, to give a talk. So we will stream in their stream of Silvia Federici speaking from New York at 7. And then after that, we will hang out together, hopefully, and have some conversations and some drinks. So yeah, we'll take a short break, I guess, and switch over to the next panel in about 5 minutes. Thank you. Sorry, actually, there's no break. Isabel has to start. Isabel has to start right now because she has to catch a flight back to Portugal. So.
Okay. Check the email.
Do you send them to me?
Veronica?
No. Yeah, but it may say Veronica on the mail. For Isabel.
But I don't think I have it, right?
I hear it.
Yeah, it's true. So I'm sorry, but I'm nervous just because this is like the fastest presentation I have ever done. Can I have some light? Because like this looks like a stand-up comedy. Because everybody's laughing. Can we have light? Everywhere.
But then we see your images as well.
No, that's okay. Okay, so I will sit here because because I have to leave, I prepared this as an SOS solution, which is my presentation. I have 2 copies. And when I leave here with Baruch, and then if you want, you can read the full presentation because I think I'm going to stay only with the first part, okay? And I would love to, at the end of the essay, of the presentation, you have my contact. So if you can just send me some feedback, the ones that are not on the break. Okay, thank you. And do I need this?
Yes. No. Thank you.
No. So my name is Isabel Carvalho, and I'll start by saying that I am grateful for the opportunity to be here and to present an artistic project I'm currently developing in collaboration with the architect and researcher Joana Rafael, who was not able to be here with me. The project focuses on the locality of Urgeiriça in the center of Portugal, in Viseu region. I believe this is opportunity to share our work with you could help us, me and Joana, to refine the project and working with a better methodology. And also, this is why I'm a little bit nervous, because for me, this was like a huge opportunity to discuss with you some ecological and ecofeminist methodologies of work into artistic practice that could be applied in an artistic practice. But our idea is, what we aim is to both focus on ecofeminism and anti-speciesism. That means like we kind of confront the human exceptionality or the human supremacy. So I will try to abbreviate this a little bit. So historically, about this contents of Urgeiriça. Urgeiriça is the home to Portugal's main uranium mines, which were exploited from 1913 until the late 20th century. And before uranium, so this is the mines of uranium that were used for nuclear energy. Before uranium, however, radium was the first element to be extracted and exported to Marie Curie research in her laboratories. Later, the mines were granted as a concession to a British company. This was something that Portugal tried to deny for a long time. That was, at the same time we have colonies, we were also a colony to Europe. So the British company, which was responsible for constructing the main infrastructure and housing facilities of the population. From 1977 onwards, the mines were operated by ENU. It's a national company. So they passed from the English to Portuguese when they were not so profitable. A state-owned company that entered in liquidation in 2001 and was officially closed in 2004, committing to the recovery and rehabilitation of the mining areas under its concession. It was then succeeded by EDM. It's another state company, but this time it was for development of the mines in general. So this last company took responsibility for environmental remediation of the former Portuguese mining sites, including Urgeiriça. This state-owned company currently carries out land rehabilitation projects, environmental monitoring, and radioactivity waste management, promising to ensure public safety and the region's ecological recovery. So I'm going to pass a little bit some of the context, but about our project and about the methodology. From the visits we made at the local in Urgeiriça and the contact we had with the population that took place especially in 2024. This is just to show some images. Okay. I divided in two parts. The first one, at present, there is little information about the role of women in this long struggle, beyond their position of supporting allies in the miners' demands. Consequently, their own contribution remain invisible. Indeed, mining work has historically been a male-dominant and focused on workers' claims, has reflected this. in our review of the mine union, so the miners have this union, and they did publish this small newspaper. Within the context of rage-related demands in this newspaper, it was revealed that engineers, only the engineers of the mines, were entitled to have additional service. And with this, they mean female cleaners. That means, at the same time, the workers' wives. However, during our field visits, we also met secretaries and laboratory engineers, all females. Yet they were invariably positioning themselves primarily as family representatives, wives and mothers. So they rather not to speak about their role, a part of being representative of families. So they wanted to only talk about the domestic sphere, despite having been employed in the mining companies. Their testimonies reflect predominantly concerns over health, their own and their families, fearing of deteriorating their lifestyle, anxious over contaminations, and frustration about long delays in compensations. 2. As a rural locality, Urgiriça has historically depended on livestock for sustenance. However, in the material available to us, there is little to no mention to animal contamination from the polluted soil. During our field visits, however, we observed, and this is like the main topic, we observed these goats on top of the trash of the mines. In the old tailing heaps, sealed off by EDM, one of the companies that I mentioned before. And I will show you. So this is the locality of Urgiriça, which is quite empty because it's contaminated, but still people live there. And this is another thing. This is like their demands. They use this like for, as a visit card. You know, like when you go to Urgiriça, this is the first thing that you see from the protests. And this is the old mine. Now this doesn't exist anymore because it's activated, but they have this photography on, sorry. It says that I have to catch my plane. But I have 5 minutes to conclude, so I'm not going to read anymore. So what I wanted to say is like, miners and miners fight and miners union, they are only worried. Like they want to change, they want to demand the reparation and to the government to recognize their fight and to recognize their memory of a long struggle with health problems. But they still maintain this ideological patriarchal. And they still maintain this blindness towards women and towards animals. And we can see this because still miners have this union, and it's quite a strong union, and they even call it the miners' family. Actually, for them, it's not weird to have animals on top eating grass that they fear could corrupt the membrane that it's on top of the toxic and radioactivity waste. So they simply don't see it. It's like a black spot somehow. So this is like the unions center where they meet. And these are them and us. I'm there, and these are the representative of the union. As you can see, there is not a woman there. It's like it's completely separated, and yeah. So these are after the fire, last summer fire, and everybody was afraid that the fire would go on top of the mine and on top of the trash of the mine, because that means that radioactivity and the pollution would go, or they would fly in the air. I mean, that would spread farther than only that locality. So another goat. Here says, we take care of the past and we challenge the future. And this is the company that promised to recover the soil, but it didn't so far. And here you can see again the goats. This is what remains from the mine. This is the house of the miners. And I wanted to show this. So this is the grass that the goats eat. This is the membrane. And here is the trash, the uranium trash. I mean, not uranium trash because that was sold already, but the trash that still is contaminated, especially granite stone that captures the radon gas. Radon gas is a natural radioactivity gas and is here. So what they do, they put the goats here for them to eat this so that the roots doesn't perforate. They don't perforate, doesn't go here. So that's why they're useful. And because if the roots perforate, that means it leaks the contamination. So now I really have to leave. And I just wanted to say that my point is like the bodies of women and goats are exploited in the same, almost in the same plan, and especially because, as I was saying, like the only reference to a woman was to a cleaning lady. And also goats are here to clean the trash. So that means that women in this region, apart from, of course, I agree with the demands of the miners, they still put women and animals in this exploitative plan. So they are just only there to maintain the place safe. Thank you.
Presentation, which is here on the stage. And please follow up with Isabel or follow up with us, and we will introduce you to Isabel's work. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to ask her questions, but there weren't so many questions from the last presentation. Filzan, would you like to come join me on the stage? We have Filzan Omar Osman here from Ghent. She traveled a long way, yes. And had a hard travel also.
Yeah, it was a bit of a time getting here.
So how many of you know, have you seen Filzan or are you familiar with Filzan's work? You know, okay. And we had some people who were in her workshop
Yes,
today who
I
are
see
look
all of
very
them.
energized and enthusiastic. So I hope you'll also have some questions for Filzan, or maybe you already asked them all in the in the workshop. So Filzan, maybe you can just introduce a little bit your practice, because it seems like not so many people know you. So tell me where you're active, or tell us where you're active.
So I'm active in Ghent in Belgium. I am a community organizer and an activist and a scholar. I am currently doing my scholarly work in your country, in the Open University in Heerlen. And it kind of intersects many different things, but mostly looks at marginalized communities and Black communities in Belgium and the Netherlands, and how they navigate the mainstream climate discourse and what we can learn from them.
You were sharing some in the workshop. You were sharing some of the angles which you address this, or where you analyze the systemic injustice in that disadvantaged, marginalized communities. For example, the terra nullius concept, and you want to talk a little bit about?
Yeah, I think there's this idea And if you've been part of the climate movement, it's something you come across. But there's this idea that Black people, POC, people of color, indigenous people, do not care about the natural environment or the more than human world. And this is a very disingenuous, erroneous idea. There has been a systematic separation of these groups of people from the natural world or the more than human world, and it has been deliberate, violent, and really entrenched in colonialism. And so my work kind of moves from there, but more specifically, it centers those communities, it centers their knowledge systems, it centers their ways of doing things, because it's actually, these are the communities that I'm also a part of, and I want to tell our stories rather than really do this whole reactive to the oppressor kind of yeah kind of research or work. I really want to speak to the needs of the communities that I am from, and move from there. So move from that space.
Okay, so it's very community grounded practice.
Yeah, I try. Yeah, I try very hard for it to be very community grounded. It's not easy, but it's necessary, and it's work that we all must do. I think the best ways for us to kind of subvert or kind of bankrupt this system is to really believe in each other's ability to be to care for one another, to be there for one another, to understand what your needs are and what my needs are, and to organize around that. I didn't want my research to then be very different from the rest of the work that I did. I wanted it to be supplementary to the rest of the work that I did.
Right, you were saying that it's very much about care work and about looking after people in your community directly, checking on them, for example.
Yeah, there's this very popular saying, you need a, and for the people who are at the workshop, this is a bit of a repetition, I'm sorry. But there's this idea of you need a village, or you need a village, right? Or it takes a village to raise a child. But the questions that we need to ask ourselves really is, okay, if all of us need that village, how can we be better villagers? What does it mean, right? What does it mean to inconvenience yourself a little bit in order to be in community with others? How do we frame that idea of being inconvenienced? Is it because are we always trying to mitigate a kind of idea that if something is bad, we shouldn't feel it, and if we shouldn't feel it, then we should get rid of it? What does it mean to really be in community with somebody? You know, you cannot put your will on that person, and the person cannot put their will on you. So what does it mean to kind of find a space where both of you can be happy, and then juxtapose, then elaborate. Kind of like make that bigger towards or grow to a bigger public. I'm tired, I'm sorry. A bigger group of people.
You haven't eaten all day.
I'm fasting, yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay, well, we won't take much more of your time, but on the subject of time, you also need the time and the space to give people the latitude to find their own words and find their own activism inside them, right? I'm wondering, like, how do you observe generally in the Netherlands and Belgium, like ecofeminist activism taking place?
Well, there was something very interesting about what happened when we wrote the book. So I co-wrote a book about ecofeminism. It's called Dare to Care: Ecofeminism as a Source of Inspiration. You can find it online for free. You can download it for free at the Green European Fund site. And it wasn't meant to be a book. It was actually meant to be a pamphlet. It was the theme of a festival that takes place every year, that is organized by the sociocultural institution Oikos in Belgium, and the theme was care through ecofeminism. But we soon realized, and I was volunteering for the organization, and one of my co-writer was working for the organization, and my other co-writer was the coordinator. So what we soon realized was that people didn't know what ecofeminism was. And it became kind of like, okay, if people don't know, then we will write a pamphlet, but the pamphlet was too small. And so it then became an exercise, especially for me and Marie-Monique, who became closer because of the process. It became about how our conversations, the conversations we were having at the kitchen table, the conversations we were having at and the walks we were taking, because it was right in the middle of COVID, and when we were supposed to be, like when people had bubbles and she was in my bubble. It became about how those conversations could be translated into a book that could be informative about a political movement that started out of a moment of multi-crises, much like today, right? And how that political movement can really galvanize and really organize people to understand how power structures work and how we can center care as a political act. And it resulted in the book. And we kind of look at it as a sort of really a kind of basics 101 introduction to ecofeminism. And we hope that it pushes people to go on and further find other pieces of writing or knowledge around it so that they can really deepen their understanding of ecofeminism. But it was really a result of that. It was a result of the love and the care that we had for each other and that we actually employed in that moment as well. And we are very surprised at the it has led a life of its own, this little book of ours, and has gone over everywhere and has been translated in like 7 different languages at this point. For me, it's like a small win to have words like intersectionality and eco-womanism be translated in Polish and Czech and Arabic. So it was it's really lovely to see this labor of love and what it has transformed into. And I hope that it just continues to serve as a source of inspiration, just like it did for me and for Marie-Monique while we were working on it.
Okay, does anybody have a thought or a question? I mean, I was trying to get from you, we were talking about extractivism. I was going to extract from you your observations on ecofeminist militancy in Belgium and in the Netherlands, what you've observed.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the second part of the question that I forgot. So what we ended up understanding about it is that ecofeminism as a political movement is not as prominent as it is in the Francophone or the French-speaking, within French-speaking populations, at least not in Belgium. I'm not really sure what the vibe is in the Netherlands. Maybe you all can tell me. I know she does a lot of work in the Netherlands, and I think it could be similar. But there was not much movement in really that link between ecology and feminism. In Belgium, at least, and I think that's why the book also had this amazing journey, because it felt like people were being reintroduced to something that they knew intrinsically or understood in a certain way, but was explained in a more accessible way that they could then kind of move and work around it. So it has been part of reading clubs organized by libraries on the city level. It has been put in curriculums, for example, and I feel like it's the beginning of something and that it's getting somewhere, and it's wonderful to see. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Yes, you have a comment?
Okay. I have a question that's not very well formulated yet, but I'm going to try. Do you think that ecofeminism, understanding ecofeminism here in Western Europe. How is it different in a context where there's sort of an assumption that we have more gender equality, or issues of feminism are not the same as in India, for example, where it's much more easy to understand, like, okay, these women are going and collecting water, like walking for kilometers, you know what I mean? How do you see those issues? How do you make them visible in this place?
I think it's not easy without using those examples, right? Without using examples from the global south, which kind of always sometimes, at least for me, feel extractive in a way. I feel like I'm instrumentalizing these communities to kind of get a point across, because the way feminism is understood here is through the bodies of Black and brown women, right? So it's harder to kind of like situate it, and I try to do that in this context, in the context of Belgium or in the context of the Netherlands, with kind of examples from there. But it's possible, right? And like the kind of engagement you get is also different, right? It's easier to kind of say, yes, we have to create some kind of solidarity with women in the global south, right? But you talk about it in the context of Belgium or in the context of the Netherlands, all of a sudden things become a lot more nuanced and a lot more like, I don't know if creating community with women who have problematic views is something we want to do, right? So these are the kind of conversations you end up having. And for me, to be fair, it's more interesting to kind of look from that context than it is to go down the more the route that most people will take. It just depends on the amount of energy you have in the day and what it is you're willing to engage with, you know? But it's a constant struggle. Even in my research, it's a constant struggle. What information do you share? How do you share it? Why are you sharing it? What's the use of the reason for sharing it? Are you just trying to get a point across by using the oppressions and pain and suffering of your own people? Or is there something bigger you're trying to get at? And that is a very thin line to navigate, and one I'm still trying to figure out how to do, to be fair.
Great. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Filzan, Osman, thank you for spending time with us. We have
Thank you.
We have a long travel ahead. So travel well, and please get in touch with us if you want to know more, or get in touch with Filzan. I guess we can channel messages to you if you want to go visit in Rent. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I don't know if the people who are in the workshop would like to say something about the workshop, or okay. You don't need to share. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really nice discussion together also what activism means for us. And it was really beautiful to discover how many different ways there are to be an activist. And someone even discovered to be an activist I didn't know about before. For example, like she has a restaurant where she shares Moroccan cuisine in The Hague. And it was really beautiful to listen to this story, for example. So yes, thank you so much. I enjoyed it very much.
Thank you very much. So yes, Filzan had an intensive workshop, and now we're very happy to welcome to the stage Muya Yilmaz, who is an artist and activist, combined practice and very interesting practice, also making sculptures with books You have a
Yes.
library
Excited.
oriented practice, right?
Yes,
Mhm.
exactly.
Yeah.
Shall I introduce myself?
Yeah, you can intro. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to?
Hello.
You know each other. Okay. Okay.
Are you?
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Yeah. Please introduce yourself and your practice and go into it. if you like.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, Hello, everybody. I'm Müge Yilmaz. Thank you for the introduction. I think you invited me because my work is, of course, indeed a lot related as an independent artist, related to ecology and feminism as a person also, but also I'm part of a collective called Four Siblings. And we are active in Amsterdam mostly. We use unused plots of land in Amsterdam to grow food, to grow plants, to experiment with directly with earth and soil, also as an act of belonging to this country that we all immigrated to, or that we live in, or that we belong to. And also to close this gap between representation of nature and nature itself, because there has been a lot of movement towards nature in the art world, but most of these are representations and not direct experiences of nature. So this is what we're trying to do. But today, I will not show any of this because if you can come to Amsterdam, you can visit us. This summer, we will build up another garden in Slaughterplas. We can stay in touch later. But today, indeed, I wanted to share one of these really specific stories where I am from Turkey, so the south of Turkey, the mid of Turkey, and to share one very specific, as local as possible, very specific story of resistance, which is very similar to the video that we saw earlier. So I will tell very shortly the story of İkizköy, which means twin villages, and this is the resistance of their story. And there's a story behind the story. The area that I want to talk about is indeed where the red dot is. And where the little heart is, where my uncle is in prison. This is the only why I know about this resistance story of this village, because it's usually not even in the news, even in Turkey itself so much, because it's quite a specific context, and in the international news, there are also very rarely in English. So I thought maybe translating, being a medium between these worlds could be the most meaningful thing to show, because also when I think about ecofeminism, of course I think about Silvia Federici, of course I worship Vandana Shiva, and we read their books and we read their documentaries, but at the end of the day, these are the real women also who do the field work, who inspire me the most as a person and who give me the courage to continue to be still active. So I will tell about their stories. And somehow, you know, Turkey, there's a lot of problems of expression and self-expression, through which I will not go into it. My uncle has been there for almost 6 years. So as a coping mechanism, my parents, my father especially, rented a house there. So we go to swim and go to visit him in prison. And then this is a bit the summer rhythm of our lives, because that area is actually internationally known as a vacation location, basically, which then paradoxically becomes kind of a part of a life story. And so that's the location. That's a very small village. And in this very small village, the miners came also. There are really large underground massive amounts of charcoal, obviously. So there's big mining operations going on. The government is on their side. And then the villagers, the women especially, started resisting, of course. In 2019, this started. First, they wanted to extract the miners, extract the charcoal, and then they displaced a lot of the villagers, and they slowly, literally carving mountains of charcoal from these areas. And what I thought, is there a video here? Yes. Yes, can I show this video?
Yes. I'm so sorry. I can try.
No, you can try instead of feedback like crazy.
Yeah.
We set it up in a way that wasn't built for this.
We actually showing from the back desk?
No, we have to switch over to on the laptop on stage.
I have the files also in a file here. It's okay. I can, because my idea was also to translate them. It's okay. So then maybe I will show this video. In silence, and I will read you my translation because I had translated their words from Turkish to English. And so maybe there's a bit of a communication in that sense. These are the women who are the part of this resistance, and there's a background sound here that you can see in the subtitles in Turkish, and she's saying, "I went inside the forest and hugged my trees. I went and I said, I won't let you cut my trees, and I kissed them all over. Every time they cut a tree, every time they fell a tree, I don't feel my legs, and I don't feel my arms. I feel like they're cutting us. I feel like they're cutting our children. I went, but yet I couldn't save them. They, the armed forces, they took us and dragged us. They dragged us on the floor. They dragged us between the trees and scratched our arms and hands. We, as the people of Ikiskoy, we want that our water doesn't run out. We don't want pollution in the air. We don't want to lose our village. Therefore, we are here staying in tents and protesting. Construction of a thermal central and the extraction of charcoal means death. It means poverty. It means that we are finished. Earth instead means bread, means water, means air. If there are trees, then there is air, and then there is water. If there are trees, then there is breath. And can I go back to the presentation? Thank you. Yeah.
Can you move the next read thing? Oh yeah.
It's okay. We will have to do this also twice because there are 2 more videos that I will translate. So, sorry.
Oh, you will move this.
Yes. Yes. And can we see this video too? Da-da-da, without sound. I will translate. Us women, if we create, then the world eats. We don't give our water, our air, our earth to anyone. We won't let them eat it. Akbelan, which are the forest next to this village, remains where the women who resist. Our village is not for sale. No. Okay, I won't show one more video, but maybe I will tell you the story of the.
Back to the keynote?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. And these were my translations from the Turkish, the interviews. And this one says, we won't give our Akbalan forests. And this is the kind of resistance that they get every time they try to physically put themselves in front of the machines that come there to cut the trees. And the machines come to cut the trees because underneath there's all this charcoal. And the government, very similar to the other story, makes a lot of promises that they will repopulate the trees, that they will give them other nicer houses in other locations, they will promise them money, and they promise them a lot of empty things, but everyone knows at this point none of this is true. Also, given the political climate in Turkey, a lot of these women were in court cases. They were constantly accused, and a lot of court cases were thrown at them for obstructing the work of construction, obstructing the work of the police, obstructing the work of the gendarmerie. And this is, for example, police just creeping in the middle of the forest so that they can protect themselves from the tear gas that they're throwing. And then the women who are protesting, they can disperse and they can let go. So this is a bit what it looks like. They're literally chopping down mountains of forest, chopping down whole trees and kind of eating the earth, just like she was saying, that next to their villages. And this is the area where the village is. The Ikizköy is the village that we're talking about. Akbalan are the forest that they really love so much. And this is already the expansion of the charcoal mine area that you can see here. It's talking about the destruction of farming land, the destruction of water resources, and also they, of course, complain about, really similar to the other story, of the dust that constantly comes from the mining and lands on everything they're growing, and lung problems and water pollution, etc. And shall we do this one more time? This one has the English subtitles. So you can see what the person is saying from the way that we don't hear the sound. What happened is that one of the women, also Nejla Işık, she then candidated herself as the local mayor of this very small village. It's not a mayor, it's called a muhtar. And it's really the mayor of this tiny, tiny village. So that's the only way that she could have bureaucratic agency over this kind of decisions. And since a year, she is the local muhtar, and the situation kind of settled for a year. Indeed, the mining expansion stopped. First, the government gave permits to them, but then 2 days later, the permits were canceled. So at the moment, they are relatively living peacefully. This is a documentary that you can watch on this website that is very well done. And I will be going there next summer back again, this summer actually. And hey, how do I go back? That was the last video, so no more suffering from me. Yes. Yes, thank you so much. So this is the story. And these are their Instagram accounts. This is how you can support them. This is their only connection out to the world. And these two Instagram accounts, they are quite active. And I also thought a lot about how can we support them. And one of the few ways to support them is to be there physically, because it really comes down to physical force against police, physical force against soldiers, and to try to stop them or to make numbers and physical protest. There's no way to donate money. There are very restrictions and everyone is extremely afraid of being accused of corruption. Obviously, as you can see what is happening to the mayor right now in Turkey, there's a constant fear of going into prison, being imprisoned for reasons that are far from possibilities. Posting on social media is just even terrifying. But just to tell them, okay, we know your story, we see this action, I think it's also very important. And these are the women that give me the most courage. Like also, of course, I relate them to my grandmother, from which I learned how to collect seeds, how to grow things, and how to love trees in a way. And this is another story, but I will not go into this. This is the previous, this is more north of Turkey in a very in an area called Çanakkale, which are again mining company, energy extraction, underground extraction versus local people who has been living there forever, which you can also follow, very, very active, more internationally recognized compared to this other very, very local story, but you can follow and support them, and they have also petitions and possibilities to support them online, or you can go visit them. So this is the story that I wanted to convey. Thank you so much.
I guess let's see if there's anybody who has a question or comment to add. We have a couple of minutes before we have to hand over the stream to Los Angeles, who will then bring us Silvia Federici and her presentation. And then we will have, we can have some drinks, or we can hang out, discuss things informally. I see some members of the Ecofeminist, only one actually left, who, do you want to answer questions, or you want to go back to your chair? Or, anybody, does anybody have a comment or a question for, yes?
It's maybe a very simple question, but since, of course, the symposium is orbiting around the female powers, but I'm wondering more and more what are the men doing? The men in the village, the men of these women, also the other lecturer or the other, yeah, I don't know if you can say something about that.
Lecture?
I mean, no, the former speaker and
Yeah.
speakers before from Africa.
Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah.
just wondering, the men of the village, are they kidnapped by the powers?
No, of course, yes.
No,
No.
I mean,
It's really funny because they are actually sometimes present during the protests, of course, both in the north, in Çanakkale, and in the south, but women are the leaders. Like we couldn't hear the sound, that's a pity, but in Turkish they say women will save the situation. We love the land, because it's somehow their connection, their love is really different. They they'll also call themselves feminist, but most of the pancards and the protest banners say women specifically. So they are quite specific about this situation. I'm sure they have also husbands and families, but it's also somehow, this will be funny to say, usually in these villages, women work, actually. There are cafes where men sit and play, okay, all day, and women work the land, cook and clean. This is a general, very big gender problem. Sometimes they go to work, but usually it's also more elderly people who live there, and I can really visualize this. This is the image that I grew up with, and of course they also work the land and work in the farms, etc. But women do 90% of the work, so they are taking really the leadership in the situation, and they are the ones who are uniting, and I'm pretty sure they are the ones who are not letting go, who are not taking the money, who are deciding to form a resistance. And it's a very interesting question, actually. I will observe them this summer when I go there and report back to you. But it is a very, very interesting question. The only thing I can say, majority of this police and gendarmerie who are doing the armed forces are mostly men, obviously. But somehow when women are arrested, they're also handled by female officers. This is also culturally this is how it happens, because if there's like a physical battle, men are present, but if someone is being arrested, usually it's a female officer also. So women are not completely innocent. It's not a one-sided battle, but majority of the police and the gendarmerie are definitely men. And most of course, the energy companies, of this extractors, the governments, the pacts all happen through. There are not very many female representatives on that side, on the administration side.
Okay, thank you very much. So could you say maybe then that there's an important role in the traditional, roles given the traditionality of how men and women are working in the traditional settings of families and villages, the traditional roles, but also what I really wonder, I mean, when I look at this, I immediately jump to the female library that my aunt gave me. It's the feminist books from the 70s. They're all about the Neolithic matriarchal societies and cultures. And I'm just thinking, and it's all around also the statues of these kinds of women, it's just the same, as if nothing has changed. Is this embedded in the female body, this connection to the earth, or is this, did it come about in more patriarchal structures that the women had to take charge?
Yes.
Anyway, yes.
Absolutely. I believe in this. I believe
The
that there is a
second.
direct continuation of something that never changed, for sure. And I think the explanation to this is love, like the love that they have for the trees. And that that has never changed. So I do believe a woman like this 10,000 years ago has created the mythologies that we see in archaeological museums, on carpets, on kilims. I do believe in this continuity of the matriarchal societies, organized religion, before the patriarchal religions, before mythology. I do believe in this continuation.
Sorry.
No.
So it's something to do with the physiology of the female body.
This I cannot say.
This is
No, I'm not sure. This I cannot say. I'm not sure. This I don't know. But it's really, I would really mention love. Like if you could hear the sound, you can hear the love that they feel for these trees. And she really thinks that they're her children. And maybe indeed the ability to give life is what makes it special, because then you appreciate it more, while on the other side it seems so easy to make war, seems so easy to take life, seems so easy to kill. And while on the other hand, the appreciation of life, I believe it is different, because that's this ability to create life and not war.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I completely disagree with what you were just discussing on being just a woman's approach. I think it's very important to recognize how we have this we meaning people in the Western society, and the cosmologies that we forgot from other places, in which people, and people meaning not people humans, but people animals, people stones, people mountains, we are all caring for life. So when we reduce the way in how we relate with the other people into a gender way, we are already taking agency of these other people that surrounding us. So of course I love being a woman, and I feel very tuned to all these things, but I think we shouldn't be taking also the possibility of other people to give care, take care, and relay. Maybe it's important, I don't know how, if you know a little bit, I will talk of what I know more or is closer to me, which is in Colombia, people from La Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta and the Arhuaco communities and how they are spreading the word on how to connect to land or listen to the land in another way, in which is not separating this gender, even though there are also other gender situations happening there. But I wouldn't feel so easy to just reduce into this man and woman situation. So I think it's important we always take this back.
Of course, yes, I agree so much. That is absolutely true. This is only because for convention in this really specific situation, I was really talking about this village, but also women can be fascist too. There are a lot of female fascist politicians that are also ruining the world right now. That's undiscussable, not angels. That's the binary that only because the context is ecofeminist symposium. This is only why, and there should be an eco-queer symposium, of course, because the binary logic, of course, doesn't work. Indeed, somehow to go back, our original project was called For Sisters, and then we turned into For Siblings, just to represent the peopleness of people and the plants, and not necessarily without gender. It's very interesting somehow. In Turkish language, we don't even have the gender. There's no male and female. Everything is gender neutral. Every object is gender neutral. So the cosmology that it comes from, it's really this. But somehow I was only mentioning the specificity of this context, really. One village with 200 people and the traditional gender roles that they go into. For example, her becoming a muhtar, a local mayor, is 1% of totality. That's always a man who runs the village, takes the political decisions, does the bureaucracy. So this is more, of course, generalizations, but I think it's granted that when we mention ecofeminism, it's for everybody, every human, and not necessarily only women, and beyond the binary gender. But this is just the role of this very, very specific 200 people village. But there should be another symposium for eco-queer activism as well. I think that would be the direction to go.
I agree. Well, thank you so much, Muya. Sorry to burst in, but we have to keep to the schedule. Los Angeles wants to start with Silvia Federici, who's also ready. I see that Sho and Ohan, I don't know if you want to put on your camera. We did this with Korea to just hand over the hosting kind of ceremonially of the, yes, oh, there you are. Hello, Sylvia. We're here in The Hague. We're just wrapping up after 7 hours here. And we're passing on the hosting over to Los Angeles and to you, Sho and Ohan and Sylvia. We're very happy to listen to you. It's a real honor to have you with us. There's a lot of Silvia Federici fans here. We've been speaking about you all day. So, I guess the technical team, we can hand over the hosting officially. And Sho and I don't know who's taking it over in Los Angeles. Is it Carrie? You want to hand it over to Carrie?
You guys hear me?
Yes, I hear you something.
Hi, Baruch. Hi, Ohan and Sho.
Oh, okay, that's Catherine.
It's Catherine. Can you see me? We're still.
No, we can't see you, but we can hear you. Okay, well, we're all ears and feelings, and yep, thanks to all the panelists who are here, everybody who presented, thanks to the technical team. We're handing it over to you in LA and in New York City. Have a great 8 hours.
Thank you, Baruch. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Fantastic.
It's a light. But just because it's being projected.
Good morning there in New York. We're going to do a few points of business here in LA.